Hello everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called The Magic Key. Biff is holding a key. Do you remember where they got the key? Yes, they found it in a box after a big storm. Look at the key. Why does it look so different? It's yellow and, yes, it is glowing. 它在发光呢，是不是？ Now, look at the children's faces. Their mouths are wide open, like this. And they are very surprised. What happened? Let's read the story together. Look, it was dark and quiet. Chip was asleep. It must be late at night. The box was by Chip's bed. What else was by his bed? Yes, a little boy. Do you remember where they found a little boy? Yes, from a little house in the secret room. Look, the box was open. Who opened it? Maybe it just opened by itself. Something was glowing inside it. Oh no! Chip didn't see it. He was still sleeping. Let's wake him up. Wake up, Chip! Wake up! Wake up and see. There is something glowing inside the box. Finally, he woke up. Chip looked at the box. The box was open wider and wider. It was glowing brighter and brighter. Chip opened his mouth and shouted, "It's magic!" he said. It must be a magic box. What do you think Chip would do next? Chip ran into Biff's room. Why Biff? Maybe Chip and his sister were best friends, and Biff's room was right next door. Now, the box was brighter than a star. Biff, he called, look at the box. Biff opened her eyes. Oh my! What's that? She was surprised too. Chip put down the box. Biff got out of the bed. Biff and Chip looked at the box. Something was glowing inside it. Could there be a little monster inside it? Are you scared? They opened the box. They looked inside. It's magic, they said. Oh, come on, Biff and Chip. Please tell us what you saw. A key was in the box. The key was glowing. Chip might be thinking, how can it be glowing? Maybe it has batteries. 诶，小朋友，你有没有玩过那种装了小电池的玩具钥匙呢？ You turn it on and it glows. Just like this. What did Biff think? She had her own idea. It's a magic key, said Biff. She picked up the key, and the magic began. What do you think happened next? Were the children in danger? Biff, be careful. Biff and Chip got smaller and smaller and smaller. It was truly a magic key. The children were smaller than the box. Do you think it happened fast or slowly? I think it happened very fast. What do you think the children felt? Was it painful to get smaller? 嗖的这样突然变小，会不会疼啊？ Or itchy? 会不会痒痒呢？ Would they get bigger again? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Let's keep on reading The Magic Key. Earlier in the story, Biff picked up the magic key, and the magic began. Biff and Chip got smaller and smaller. Oh, help! Said Biff. Why did Biff say help? Was she okay? Was she hurt? No, Biff was okay. She was just surprised. Would you get surprised if you get smaller very fast? Oh yes, I would too. What did Chip think? It's magic, said Chip. Was it good magic or bad magic? I hope it's good magic. Let's see what happened next. Biff and Chip looked at the room. Wow! Everything looked big. Did everything get bigger? No, they just looked big. Magic Key only made Biff and Chip small. What about their clothes? 他们的衣服也变小了吗？ Yes. If not, Biff and Chip would be naked. 有些魔法只把人变小，衣服还是那么大，那人不就光屁股了吗？魔法钥匙就想得特别周到，把他们的衣服呀也变小了。What else got smaller too? Look at the key. The magic key got smaller too. Look at my big slippers, said Biff. Everything looks big. Slippers 是专门在家穿的便鞋。Could Biff wear them now? No, they were too big. Biff could sleep in one of the slippers. Or maybe not. Why not? Well, slippers don't smell good. Yucky. Chip picked up a pencil. Look at this big pencil, he said. Look, the pencil was taller than Chip. Wow, Chip was strong. This big pencil must be heavy. Chip 都可以拿它来练习举重了。Imagine writing your homework with a big pencil like this. Biff picked up a pen. Pen 就是大头针。Look at this big pen, she said. What do you think the pen looks like? I think it looks like a sword. 像不像一把宝剑？ What else was on the floor? Yes, a giant teddy bear and a paper clip. 一个曲别针。The floor in Biff's room was clean. 如果 Biff 不爱卫生，地板上尽是面包屑。面包屑看起来会不会像大馒头呢？ Biff carried the big pen. Biff 拿着这枚大头针，像不像一个仗剑走天下的女侠呀？ They looked at the house. Which house was it? Yes, it was the house in the secret room. 看起来呀，就像 Biff 他们新家的模型。It looked like a big house. It looked like Biff and Chip could live in it. Why did Chip look surprised? The windows were glowing. Did the windows glow before? No, I don't think so. The key was glowing. Now the windows were glowing. What's happening? It's magic, said Chip. What a magic night. Everything was glowing. Biff and Chip ran to the house. They looked in the window. Wow! What did they see? A beautiful room. It looked like a dining room with a big table and chairs. Were the candles lit? 蜡烛点着了吗？没有。Was the lamp on? 台灯打开了吗？也没有。Then why were the windows glowing? 那为什么窗户会亮呢？ What's glowing inside? Did Biff and Chip get into the house? We'll find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Let's finish reading The Magic Key. Earlier in the story, the magic key made Biff and Chip very small. Everything looked so big. The toy house looked like a real house now, and the windows were glowing. Was there someone in the house? Let's take a look. Biff went to the door. What did she try to do? She pushed and pushed, but she couldn't get in. Why not? The door must be locked. That's strange. Who locked the door? If they couldn't get in through the door, what else could they do? They went to the window. Maybe they could get in through the window. 嘿，小朋友，你有没有爬过窗户啊？挺刺激的，是不是？ Chip pulled and pulled, but he couldn't get in. Oh no! The window's locked too. Listen. What's that sound? Did you hear it? Something was coming. What was it? Chip picked up the pen. The pen was his sword. He stood in front of Biff. What a brave knight! Chip 真是一个勇敢的骑士。What did our brave Chip say? Oh, help! He said. 看来呀，勇敢的骑士也有喊救命的时刻。到底是什么东西把 Biff 和 Chip 吓成这样呢？ Was it a bear? A dinosaur? A ghost? It was a little mouse. Was Chip going to fight the mouse? No, Chip dropped his pen. Biff and Chip looked at the mouse. Were they scared by the mouse? Not at all. Biff 伸出手来，好像在介绍一个老朋友给 Chip 认识似的。Chip, this is Mr. Mouse. He comes to my room often. Mr. Mouse, this is my brother, Chip. Chip 在想，我要不要跟老鼠先生握握手呢？ Were Biff and Chip brave? I think they were very brave. If I saw a mouse this big, I would have run away. Biff and Chip didn't run away. The mouse ran away. Why do you think the mouse ran away? I don't think the mouse understood English, so they had no idea what Biff was talking about. Something was glowing. It was the magic key. The magic key was glowing again. Biff picked it up. Last time, when Biff picked up the magic key, they got smaller. What would happen now? Would Biff and Chip got even smaller? No. Biff and Chip got bigger and bigger and bigger. Oh no, said Biff. Oh, help, said Chip. It's the magic, they said. Why do you think Biff said, oh no, and Chip said, oh help? I think Chip was surprised again. And Biff didn't want to get bigger. She liked to be small. Do you want to get very small? Would you be scared or excited? The magic was over. How do you know the magic was over? The key was not glowing. The windows in the house were not glowing. Biff and Chip were big again. What an adventure, said Biff and Chip. Adventure 就是冒险、探险的意思。Do you want a magic key? Do you want an adventure like this? All right, that's the whole story. I hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone. This is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called Pirate Adventure. What is a pirate? Pirate 就是海盗，海里的强盗。他们开着船在海上，专门打劫其他的船，可坏了。Do you see pirates on this page? Oh, yes! They are 3 pirates. They looked scary. What about the children? They looked frightened. Oh, help! Where are they going to take us? What are they going to do? What do you think might happen to the children? Let's read a story together. Where was Biff? Was she in the pirate's boat? No, she was in her room. Biff was looking at a book. Look at the back cover. What was the book about? The book was about pirates. One pirate had only one eye. The other pirate carried a big sword. They bared their teeth and went grrr. 龇牙咧嘴的，真吓人。I don't like pirates, she said. Do you like pirates? Have you read any stories about pirates? Wilf and Wilma came to play. They went to Biff's room. Did Biff show them the book about pirates? Of course not. They looked at the little house. What do you think Biff was telling her friends? It's a magic house, said Biff. The windows were glowing one night. What did Wilma say? Don't be silly, said Wilma. Do Wilma believe it's a magic house? No, she didn't. Don't be silly. 就是别傻了，开什么玩笑。Wilma thought Biff was joking. They looked at the key. Chip told them what happened to the key the other night. It's a magic key, said Chip. Did Wilf believe him? Don't be silly, said Wilf. Wilf thought Chip was joking too. 诶，小朋友，如果你的朋友有一天突然告诉你 I have a magic pencil, 你会相信他吗？ I think you may also say, Don't be silly. There's no magic. Uh-oh. But look what's happening. The key began to glow. The magic was working. What did Wilma say now? Oh, help, said Wilma. The magic was working. The children got smaller and smaller and smaller. The magic worked on Biff and Chip. The magic worked on Wilf and Wilma too. They all got smaller. Oh no, said Wilf. Oh help, said Wilma. We don't like this, they said. Why didn't they like this? They were changing so fast. 如果是你看着房子里的东西突然变大了，你会不会也头晕害怕呀？ I know I would. Now, all of them were very small. They looked at the house. The windows were glowing. Wilf looked in the window. What's glowing inside? We have to go in the house and find out. Biff went to the door. Could she get in this time? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Let's keep on reading Pirate Adventure. Previously, Wilf and Wilma came to play with Biff and Chip. The magic key was glowing again. The children all got smaller. The magic house was glowing too. Biff wanted to go in. 小朋友，你还记得吗？在上一本书里 Biff and Chip wanted to go into the house, but they couldn't. The door was locked. How could she open it? Maybe this time she could open it with the key. That's right, with the magic key. Let's try that. She put the key in the lock. She opened the door. It was the magic key. The magic key opened the magic house. What do you think the children would see behind the door? A dining room with tables and chairs? The children went inside the house. Wow! What a surprise! It's a magic house, they said. They came to a beach. Was this real? Look at the sand, said Biff. The sand was golden, soft, and warm. Look at the sea, said Chip. The sea was blue, calm, and big. Come on, they said. They wanted to touch everything to see if they were real. 总要亲手摸一摸，才能确定是不是真的，对吧？ They ran to the sea. What did Wilf and Chip pick up? Wilf picked up a shell. What a beautiful shell. Chip picked up a coconut. What a big coconut. Do you want to eat it? Where were the girls? Biff climbed up a tree. What kind of tree? Yes, a coconut tree. Wilma went in the sea. It's real. How could it be possible? This is magic, they said. They played on the sand. Wilf and Chip were building a sandcastle. They played in the sea. Biff and Wilma were splashing water. What an adventure, said Biff. Oh, I wish I had a magic key and a magic adventure like this. 小朋友，你是不是也很羡慕他们呀？ Oh, no. Who's that? Look at his beard. Look at the hair on his arms. Look at his sword. A pirate came up. He looked at the children. Children, said the pirate. The pirate looked excited. What was he going to do? The pirates ran to the children. Pirates, said the children. Oh, help, they said. Come on, said the pirates. The children looked at the pirates. They couldn't move. They couldn't run away. They were frozen. 孩子们完全被吓傻了。Oh, come on, children. Run! Run away! Did the children run away? Did the pirates catch them? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Pirate Adventure. Previously, Biff opened the magic house with a magic key. They came to a beach. It's a real beach with sand, water, shells, and coconut trees. It was magic. But there was more. They were pirates too. The pirates saw the children and they caught them. 海盗把孩子们抓住了。The pirates had a boat. They put the children in the boat. Where were they going? They went to the pirate ship. Boat 和 ship 都是船的意思。What's the difference? A boat is small. A ship is big. The pirates looked excited. What about the children? They looked frightened. I don't like pirates, said Biff. Do you like pirates? No, I don't like pirates. They are bad people, aren't they? Look at that pirate, said Biff. Which pirate was Biff looking at? Yes, the pirate on the ship, with a black hat. He must be the captain of the ship. 你觉得他是海盗头子吗？ Look at his hand. Was that a real hand? No, it was a hook. 你看他的手，妈呀，居然是一只铁钩子。Look at the big rope, said Chip. Rope 就是绳子，这条绳子头绕了一个圈，看起来像什么呀？像不像上吊用的绳子呀？ I'm frightened, said Wilf. What were they going to do with that big rope? They used the rope to get the children onto the ship. Phew, 好险呐！看来绳子不是用来上吊的，是用来把孩子们拉到大船上去的。What did the children see? Lots and lots of pirates. They were smiling. And lots of food. And a big cake too. They looked yummy. What did the pirates want to do? We wanted a party, said the pirate. Nobody wanted to come. Will you come to the party? What a surprise! The pirates didn't want to kill the children. They wanted to have a party. What did the children do? Should they go to the party? Yes? You think they were nice pirates? No? You think it might be a trap? 你觉得这些海盗是真的想开派对，还是他们设下的陷阱呢？ There was only one way to find out. The children went to the party. They ate together. They drank together. They laughed together. Wolf wore a pirate's hat. He used the big rope as a swing. Wolf 干脆用大绳子荡起了秋千。Look at the captain. What did he eat? A strawberry with his hook. It was a good party. I like pirates, said Biff. Why did Biff change her mind? Not all pirates were bad. These pirates looked scary. But when you got to know them, they were very nice and a lot of fun. But why did the children look sad? The key was glowing. It was time to go. Goodbye, said Chip. Thank you for the party. Oh no, said the pirates. The pirates looked sad too. Please don't go. Please come back. Let's eat some more food and play some more games. But the magic was over. The children went back to Biff's room. What an adventure, said Wilma. I like the pirates, said Biff. Was it a dream? Did they really have a party with pirates? Wolf looked at the little hat. That's the captain's hat. Looks like it's not a dream. All right, that's the whole story. I hope you like it. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called It's Not Fair. Fair 就是公平。It's not fair 是什么意思呢？对了，就是这太不公平了。诶，小朋友，你有没有说过这句话呀？我想你肯定说过，对不对？ Why did Biff say it's not fair? What is she wearing? She's wearing a pair of trousers. She's also wearing a dress. She has a helmet. She also has a pink hat. That's strange. What happened to Biff? Let's read a story together. The children were at school. Where was Mrs. May? Mrs. May was ill. Ill 就是生病了。The children had a new teacher. He was called Mr. Fry. What was Mr. Fry doing? He was looking at the children drawing. The children were making get-well cards for Mrs. May. 孩子们在给 Mrs. May 写慰问卡片，希望她快点好起来。It was story time. The children sat in the reading corner. Reading corner 就是阅读角。Mr. Fry had a new story. The story was about a king. He was called King Arthur. King Arthur 就是历史上大名鼎鼎的亚瑟王。传说他小时候，人们发现有块大石头里插了一把宝剑。谁要是能抽出这把宝剑，谁就是大不列颠的国王。远远近近的大力士都来拔剑，可是呢，没有一个人能拔得出来。万万没有想到，有个叫 Arthur 的小男孩，轻轻松松就把剑拔出来了。So when little Arthur grew up, he became King Arthur. Here's King Arthur, said Mr. Fry, and here are his knights. Knights 就是骑士。What did knights do? Knights served the king. 骑士啊，是为国王服务的。They lived a long time ago. A long time ago 就是很久很久以前。多久以前呢？ They lived in the 5th and 6th century. 公元5、6世纪，就相当于中国的南北朝时期。King Arthur had a round table. See? A big round table. 一个大圆桌。All the knights sat round it. They liked the round table. That's why they were called the Knights of the Round Table. 圆桌骑士。Why did they like the round table? Because when they sat round the round table, everyone was equal. 也就是说，每个坐在圆桌旁的人都是平等的。骑士和骑士之间是平等的，连骑士和国王之间都是平等的。The king and the knights were equal. Look, King Arthur took off his crown. Nobody could say, I am higher than you. Do you think the round table is fair? I think it is fair. The children did a project. Project 就是项目、活动的意思。The boys were knights. Chip was King Arthur. Mr. Fry was putting a crown on him. He looked happy. Biff was in a pink dress. She wore a pink pointed hat called the henna hat. But Biff didn't look happy. Why? It's not fair, said Biff. Why did she say that? Biff wanted to be a knight. It's not fair, she said. Why can't girls be knights? Mr. Fry didn't have a good answer. Do you think girls can be knights? School was over. Biff was in her room. She put on her elbow pads and picked up her skateboard and helmet. What did she want to do? That's right. She wanted to go skateboarding. But the magic key began to glow. Where would the magic take her? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Let's keep on reading. It's not fair. Previously, Mr. Fry, the new teacher, told the children a story. The story was about King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. King Arthur was very fair to his knights. The children did a project. The boys were knights. Biff thought it was not fair. She wanted to be a knight too. But girls couldn't be knights. Back home, when Biff wanted to go skateboarding, the magic key began to glow. Oh, blow, said Biff. I wanted to go skateboarding. Why did Biff say, oh, blow? Because she didn't want an adventure now. She wanted to go skateboarding. Oh, blow, 就像我们说的，哎呀，讨厌，糟糕的意思。But the magic would not listen. Where would the magic take her? The magic took Biff to King Arthur's castle. It put her in a dress. But Biff still had her skateboard and her helmet. She looked funny in both trousers and a dress. Yuck, said Biff. Yuck, 就是你觉得恶心讨厌的时候发出的声音。I wanted to be a knight. Knights don't wear dresses. What did knights wear? Let's see if Biff saw some knights. Yes, she did. Biff was cross with the magic. She saw some knights. The knights wore armors, 盔甲. They looked tall and tough.
Oh!
But Biff was not afraid of them at all. Can I be a knight? She said. She wanted to be one of them. What did the knights say? The knights laughed. What's so funny? But you are a girl, they said. Girls can't be knights. Why can't girls be knights? Biff was cross with the knights. She wanted to show them that girls could do anything. Biff took off her dress and her hat. Biff got on her skateboard. Off she went. You couldn't do that, she said. Biff was right. No knights could do that. Everyone was cheering. Now can I be a knight? The knights were amazed. Amazed 就是惊叹的意思，又惊讶又赞叹。 But knights couldn't make knights. Only kings could do that.
We'll have to ask King Arthur,
said the knights. The knights took Biff to King Arthur. A lady was there too. She wore a long dress and a tall hat with 2 cones. I bet Biff didn't want to dress like that again.
This is Biff,
they said.
She wants to be a knight.
What did King Arthur say? He was wise and fair. He would say yes, right? Well, let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading. It's not fair. Previously, the magic took Biff to King Arthur's castle. The magic also put Biff in a dress. She saw some knights and told them that she wanted to be a knight too. The knights all laughed. Biff got on her skateboard. The knights were amazed. They brought her to King Arthur. Biff told King Arthur that she wanted to be a knight. What did King Arthur say? King Arthur laughed.
Oh, girls can't be knights,
he said. Everyone else laughed too. Well, King Arthur was not that wise and fair after all. Biff wouldn't take no as an answer. Why not? Asked Biff. That's a good question. Nobody has asked me before. King Arthur didn't have a good answer. What could he do? King Arthur called a meeting, but the knights argued. Meeting 就是会议 ，argued 是争吵的意思。What did they argue about? Look, King Arthur sat at a long table. No one wanted to sit down. They all wanted to sit near King Arthur. I sit here, you sit there. No, I'm better than you. I sit here and you sit there. They argued and argued. They almost had a fight. King Arthur was not happy. But he didn't know what to do. Biff had a good idea. She remembered the story Mr. Fry told in class. She spoke to King Arthur. Get a round table, she said. What a surprise! So the idea of a round table came from Biff. The round table was ready. The knights liked the round table. King Arthur liked it too.
It's brilliant,
they said. Brilliant 就是棒极了。
Now we won't argue.
The knights sat round the table. It was fair. Everyone was equal. They were all happy. 你看 Biff 把 King Arthur 解决不了的难题都解决了。See? said Biff. Now can I be a knight? What did King Arthur say? He would say yes this time, right? But everyone laughed. Oh, I'm sorry, said King Arthur. But girls can't be knights. Oh, Biff was cross. She wanted to say something, but the magic key began to glow. It's time to go home. The magic adventure was over. Biff threw away the little pink hat. It's not fair, said Biff. Girls are as good as boys. As good as 就是跟什么什么一样好的意思。Biff didn't care what King Arthur said. She knew she could do anything she wanted to do. What about you? What do you think? Do you believe you can do anything you want to do? All right, that's the whole story. I hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi, everyone. This is Miss Tom. Today, let's read a story called The Great Race. What kind of race is this? Yes, it's a car race. Look at this green car. Isn't it beautiful? It's very beautiful. Who is driving? Someone with white hair. Who has white hair? Gran. Whoa! Gran is racing. Who else are in the car? Yes, Biff and Chip. Why is Chip so surprised? His map flew away. Oh no! Without a map, how can they know where to go? Well, let's read a story together. Gran wanted to buy a new car. Why? What's wrong with her good old car? Oh, look at the paper the man gave to Gran. It says, fail, 不合格. The car failed the test. 哎，这辆老爷车，哎，不对，应该叫老奶奶车。哼，安检不合格，不能再开了。Biff and Chip were sad. They liked Gran's old car. They went to so many places in this car and did so many fun things. Goodbye, good old car. We'll miss you. Gran went car shopping. You can buy cars at a car mart. Where did she go? Marty's car mart. There were many cars in the car mart. Gran was looking at a red race car. Did she like it? Gran liked this car. How can you tell Gran liked it? Yes, she was smiling. I like it. I always wanted to have a red race car. Zoom, zoom. Did Biff like it? Biff was worried. What was she worried about? The car was too fast for Gran. Gran liked to drive fast. If she bought a fast car, she would drive even faster. It's not safe. Did Gran listen to Biff? Nope. Gran bought the fast car. She drove it home. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Woohoo!
Woohoo! It's fun to drive a fast car. Mom and Dad looked at Gran's new car. What did they say? Oh, no, said Dad. Mom was cross with Gran. What did Mom say? That car is too fast, she said. 妈妈呀，都已经能想象警察叔叔给 Gran 开罚单的情景了。Gran was upset. What did Gran think? Oh dear. You sounded just like your daughter. 妈妈和 Biff 还真是有其母必有其女啊，要不怎么说的话都一模一样呢？ Gran was still upset. 你看她打扫去房间来都没精打采的。The magic key glowed. Glowed 和我们以前学过的 glowing 是一样的，都是发光的意思。The magic took Biff and Chip. It took Gran too. Where did the magic take them? The magic took them to a race. A lot of people came to see the race. It must be a big race. Come on, said Gran. This is my new car. What a beautiful car. This is the car we saw on the cover. Oh, Gran, said Biff. What would Mom say? What do you think Mom would say? Gran, don't do it. It's not safe. What did Gran say? Oh, never mind, Mom, said Gran. Never mind 是没关系，不要紧的意思。Never mind, Mom 就是别管妈妈。Which race was this? Can you find the name? That's right, the Monte Carlo Rally. 蒙地卡罗汽车拉力赛。The Monte Carlo Rally is a famous car race. Only top car racers can go. Wow, the magic key must think Gran was a top racer. Gran found a map. They all looked at it. Where is Monte Carlo? It's in Monaco, a tiny country near France. 蒙地卡罗就在摩纳哥，摩纳哥是法国边上一个小的国家。It has many mountains. 刚才我提到 The Monte Carlo Rally 是个顶级的汽车拉力赛，赛道很复杂，特别是一段山路赛。赛车呀，要在蜿蜒曲折的山路上全速前进，可惊险了。Could Gran do it? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Zoom zoom! Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading The Great Race. Previously, Gran's good old car was no good anymore. It was too old. It failed the test. Gran bought a new car. It's red and it's fast. Biff was worried the car was too fast for Gran. Mom was cross with Gran. She too thought the car was too fast for Gran.
Gran was upset. Then the magic key glowed. The magic took Biff, Chip, and Gran to a race. It's the Monte Carlo Rally. Gran wanted to race in the green race car. A man looked at Gran. Look at his smile. Was it a nice smile or a nasty smile? I think it was a nasty smile. Do you think he was a good man or a bad man? He was a bad man. He was called the Baron. What did the Baron do here? The Baron was in the race too. He was in a black race car with a red circle. The children looked at the Baron. The Baron looked at the children. They were at the starting line. 他们都在起跑线上。Ha! said the Baron. You won't win. Won't 就是不会的意思。Win 就是赢。你们不会赢的。嘿，这比赛还没开始呢 ，Baron 就会说 Gran 不会赢的。难道他有特异功能可以预测未来吗？他有没有特异功能？我不知道，但是我知道他有坏心眼儿。他专门派人在赛道上做了手脚。A man changed the signpost. Signpost 就是路牌的意思。The blue signpost said, "No through road." 此路不通。The man changed it to a red signpost saying, "Race this way." He wanted Gran to drive to the wrong way. Ha ha, said the man. Now the Baron will win. Gran's car was coming. It was fast. The map blew away. Which way? Asked Gran. Which way? 就是哪条路的意思。Chip didn't know. Did Gran see the signpost and turn right? They didn't see the signpost. Gran turned left. Grrr, said the man. He was angry. They came to the mountains. 这是 Monte Carlo Rally 最后也是最难的一段赛道了。你看，全是弯弯绕绕的山道。Slow down, shouted Biff. No, this is fun, said Gran. Gran really liked racing. She was a born car racer. Gran 是天生的赛车手。What did the Baron do on the road? The Baron put oil on the road. Why did he do that? That will do it, he said. That will stop them. How could oil on the road stop Gran? The car skidded on the oil. Skidded 就是打滑的意思。Oh no! It crashed through the fence and went down the mountain. Crashed 就是撞。Crashed through the fence 就是撞穿了围墙。 The car was so fast and the mountain so tall. What happened to Gran and the children? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading The Great Race. Previously, the magic took Gran and the children to the Monte Carlo rally. Gran was in the race. She drove a green car. A man called the Baron was also in the race. He drove a black car. The Baron was a bad man. He didn't want Gran to win. He told the man to change the signpost. Gran didn't see it. He put oil on the road. Gran's car skidded on the oil and went down the mountain.
Hold on!
shouted Gran. Hold on 就是抓紧喽。Oh no! shouted Biff.
Oh, help!
shouted Chip. Did the car crash through another fence and go down the mountain even more? Thank goodness no. Gran was a great driver. She turned the car just in time. And the car was on the road again. Gran 一个急转弯，又把车开回了赛道。Hooray! The Baron was behind. Gran was in front. Behind 就是在后面 ，in front 就是在前面。Gran 因祸得福，后来居上了。She was winning the race. Yahoo! Biff looked behind. 记得吗 ？Behind 就是在后面 ，look behind 就是向后看。Come on, Gran! She shouted. Shouted 就是叫喊。Let's all shout it. Come on, Gran! Come on!
Which way?
called Gran. Chip didn't know. Uh-oh! He didn't have the map. The map blew away. Which way? 走哪条路呢？ Gran turned on to a bridge. The bridge was dangerous. Dangerous 就是危险。你还记得安全怎么说吗？ That's right. Safe. This is not a safe bridge. What was the bridge made of? 桥是什么做的呢？ It was made of wood and ropes.
Not this way!
called Chip. Chip was scared. Would you be scared on this bridge?
I know I would.
The bridge broke. The Baron's car crashed down into the river. The Baron was angry. Hey, Baron, cheer up. You should be happy that the river was small. Gran won the race. Gran was the best and the fastest driver. Hooray! called Biff and Chip. Chip was holding Gran's cup. What a big cup! Everyone shouted, Hooray! What an exciting race! The magic key glowed.
it's time to go home. Would Gran tell Mom about the race? Would she say to Mom, "Look, I'm a top driver. I can drive a fast car." Gran went back to Marty's car mart. Why? Did she want to get a faster car? No. Gran took the fast car back. She bought a little car. The poster on the car said, "Bargain of the year."
年度最大优惠。
It must be cheap and not very fast. "This one will do," she said. Why did Gran do that? What do you think? Maybe after the great race, Gran thought, "Well, life is not a race. Let the Baron drive fast. I don't need a fast car. Safety is number one." All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called A Monster Mistake. Mistake 就是错误的意思。What is Chip pointing to? Why is he so surprised? What's in the lake? Is it a monster? Have you heard of the Loch Ness Monster? 你听说过尼斯湖的水怪吗？
Do you believe it is real? Do you want to see it? Let's read a story together. Mom and Gran went on holiday.
Yay, holiday!
I love holidays. Do you? Yes, everyone loves holidays. Where did they go on holiday? They went to Scotland. They took the children. Do you know where Scotland is? It is to the north of England. 苏格兰呐，在英格兰的北边。It has many mountains and lakes, like what you see in this picture. Where did they stay in Scotland? They stayed in a cottage. Cottage 就是乡下小房子的意思。The cottage was by a lake. It had a boat. Have you ever stayed in a cottage? Was it fun? I like the cottage by the lake. It's beautiful and quiet. And you can do so many things. What would you do if you stay in a cottage by a lake? Let's see what the children did. I like it here, said Biff. We can go sailing. Sailing 就是开船的意思。And fishing, said Kipper. Fish 是鱼，那么 fishing 就是钓鱼。Gran brought everyone juice. It's going to be a wonderful holiday. Everyone had a good time. Biff and Kipper went fishing. 你看 Kipper 的鱼线全搅成一团了。What a mess! Oh, Kipper, it looks like you could use some help and patience. 钓鱼最重要的是什么呀？对了
patience, 耐心。Gran and Chip painted a picture. What did they paint? They painted the lake. Mom sat in the sun and read a book. This is fun, she said. Where was Dad? Oh, he was probably working. Poor Dad. Everyone looked at Gran's picture. Gran painted the lake, the mountains, and... Oh, Gran, said Chip. She had painted a monster. Ooh. It's the Loch Ness Monster, 尼斯湖水怪。
嘿，小朋友，你听说过尼斯湖水怪吗？尼斯湖啊，是苏格兰一个很大很深的湖。从古至今，很多人都宣称他们在尼斯湖上看到了水怪。可是呢，没有一个人真正抓住过水怪。所以啊，直到现在，尼斯湖水怪仍然是个谜。是真是假，谁也说不清楚。Kipper looked at the monster. He was amazed. I was fishing right by the lake, but I didn't see anything, not even a fish.
Gran laughed. Oh, there is no such thing, she said.
No such thing, 就是说不存在的，没有这回事儿的意思。这个 monster 是 Gran 的艺术创作，不是真的。Mom went shopping. She took Kipper.
She drove Gran's good old car.
Biff and Chip stayed with Gran.
What did Mom and Kipper buy? What did Biff, Chip, and Gran did in the cottage?
Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time!
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading A Monster Mistake. Previously, Gran, Mom, and the children went on holiday. They stayed in a cottage by a lake. Everyone had a good time. Biff and Kipper went fishing. Mom sat in the sun and read. Gran and Chip painted a picture. Gran painted a monster in the lake. Later, Mom and Kipper went shopping. Mom looked at the shops. What did she look at? She looked at tartans. Tartans 就是苏格兰花呢格子布，各种颜色的格子。这可是苏格兰的特产。Which tartan do you like? Kipper wasn't interested in tartans. Let's get Dad a postcard, she said. Postcard 就是明信片。可怜的爸爸不能来度假，给他寄张明信片吧。Mom gave Kipper some money. Kipper went into a shop. Whoa! What a lot of monsters! They were big monsters, small monsters, smiling monsters, and angry monsters. 看来尼斯湖水怪也是苏格兰的特产之一呀。How did the monster look like? It looks like
a big snake with a dragon head.
Is it real?
I don't think so. Remember what Gran said? There is no such thing. What did Kipper want to buy? I want a monster for me and a postcard for Dad, he said. Kipper posted the card to Dad. Posted 就是邮寄的意思，贴上邮票，放进邮筒里。What's on the postcard? The monster. What did Kipper say on the postcard? I wish Dad was here, he said. Wish 就是梦想、心愿的意思。Aw, what a sweet boy. What did Gran do? She was still painting. But she didn't paint pictures. She painted tires. Gran 为什么要在 tires 轮胎上画画呀？她没有画纸了吗？ No. Gran wanted to play a joke on Mom. Play a joke on Mom 就是开妈妈一个玩笑，捉弄妈妈一下的意思。How? Let's make a monster, she said. Gran was painting tires. What did Biff and Chip do? They carried rocks. Gran tied the rocks to the tires. I don't get it, said Biff. What do you want to do, Gran? What's your joke? Wait and see, said Gran. Wait and see 有等着瞧的意思。如果你想卖个关子，你就可以说 Wait and see. Oh, look! A monster! No, it's not real. They put the monster in the lake. Gran and the children made the monster. What did they use to make the monster? That's right, tires and rocks. 这是一条用轮胎做的水怪，大石头让这些轮胎在水中竖起来。Gran 太有才了。It made the children laugh. It looks brilliant, said Chip. What a good joke, said Biff. What a good joke to play on Mom. Chip was holding a rope. What was the rope used for? Chip 手里的绳子是用来干什么的呢？ Oh, wait and see. Mom and Kipper came back. Gran pulled the rope. The rope was used to pull the monster. The monster went across the lake. 水怪在湖中游过 ，across 就是从什么中间穿过的意思。What did Mom and Kipper say? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading A Monster Mistake. Previously, Mom and Kipper went shopping. Kipper bought a monster for himself and a postcard for Dad. At the cottage, Gran wanted to play a joke on Mom. She used tires and rocks to make a monster. Biff and Chip helped her. When Mom and Kipper came back, Gran pulled the rope and the monster went across the lake.
A real monster, said Kipper.
I don't believe it, said Mom. There is no such thing. Did she see Gran pulling the rope? No, she didn't. She was too surprised to see Gran or anything else. Whoa! What happened? Who were these people? Some people saw Gran's monster. Their eyes were wide open. Their mouths were wide open. They went, oh! They were amazed. Amazed 就是惊讶的意思。They took photographs. They wanted to show others what they saw. A real monster. The children watched television. What did they see on television? Gran's monster, said Chip. Oh no, groaned Biff. Groaned 就是不高兴的时候哼哼唧唧或者抱怨的意思。Why did Biff say, "Oh no"? Wait and see. The next day, lots of people came. There were lots and lots and lots of people. Lots of 就是很多很多的意思。They came by boat. They came by plane. They came by foot. Why did they come? They wanted to see the monster. Oh, Gran, said Mom. Now look what you've done. 看看你都做了什么呀？ What did Gran do next? Did she tell everyone that she made a monster? Or did she keep it as a secret? What do you think? Gran told everyone about the monster. It was just a joke, she said. She showed everyone the painted tires and rocks. See? I made it from tires and rocks. A man from the television came. Gran was on television. She was famous. Gran 要出名了。Mom was cross with Gran, but everyone laughed. Why was Mom cross with Gran? What did Mom like to do on holiday? She liked to sit in the sun and read a book, nice and quiet. And now, look at these people. No more holiday for Mom. That's why she was cross with Gran. Gran was sorry. A monster? She said. There is no such thing. But look, Gran. Turn back and look. What's that in the lake? Hey, Mom, don't go. Hey, Biff, Chip, and Kipper, come back. There is a real monster in the lake. Or is it real? What do you think? Do you think there might be a real monster in the lake? All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye.
Hi everyone. This is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called The New Baby. Who had a new baby? That's right, Jo and her husband. Do you remember Jo's wedding? At first, Wilf didn't want to be a page boy. But later, he had a good time at the wedding. Time flies. Now Jo had her first baby. Besides the photograph, what else do you see are on the cover? A teddy bear, a pacifier, and wet wipes. These are the things a baby may use. What was it like when the new baby came? Let's read the story together. Jo and her husband came to visit. Jo had some good news. She was expecting a baby. 我们学过 expecting 是期待的意思。Expecting a baby 就是怀孕了，期待一个小宝宝的意思。Where was the baby? Yes, it was in Jo's belly. Mom and Wilma clapped their hands. What good news, said everyone. Everyone was happy for Jo and her husband. Wilma's mom found the old buggy. What's a buggy? Yes, buggy 就是婴儿车。She was going to give it to Jo. How old was the buggy? Oh, look, said Wilma's dad. Wilf had it when he was a baby. The buggy was as old as Wilf. What do you think Wilf was thinking? He might be thinking, yeah, I remember this buggy. I liked sitting in it while Mom and Dad pushed it. It took me everywhere. But, did I choose the color? The buggy looked a bit scruffy. A wheel had come off. Scruffy 就是破旧脏乱的意思。Was the buggy very scruffy? No, just a bit. 只是有一点儿，洗一洗，修一修就好了。We can do it up, said Wilma's mom. Do it up 就是修补的意思。Jo sat on a chair. The baby was heavy. It was hard work carrying the baby everywhere in her belly. Jo's husband gave her a cup of tea. What do you think he was saying to Jo? Darling, can I get you anything else? Biff and Chip came to visit. Wilma told Biff and Chip. Jo was expecting a baby, she said. What good news, said Chip. Biff and Chip were happy for Jo. Good news traveled fast. Biff and Chip went home. Jo is expecting a baby, said Chip. Mom clapped her hands. What good news, said Mom. Mom and Dad were happy for Jo. Dad found the old cot. What's a cot? 对了 cot 就是婴儿床。He was going to give it to Jo. Who had this cot before? Oh, look, said Mom. Kipper had it when he was a baby. I think before Kipper, Biff or Chip probably had it too when they were babies. The cot looked a bit scruffy, It needed a new mattress. We can do it up, said Dad. Mom and Dad could do up the cot, but they should buy a new mattress. The old one has a yellow stain. Did Kipper wet his bed when he was a baby? Kipper 小时候是不是尿过床啊？Good news traveled fast. Biff and Chip told Kipper, Joe is expecting a baby, they said. Kipper clapped his hands. That's brilliant, said Kipper. He was happy for Joe. What would Kipper do to welcome the baby? Would he give Joe's baby something too? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading The New Baby. Previously, Joe had some good news. She was expecting a baby. Wilma's mom found the old buggy. The buggy looked a bit scruffy. A wheel had come off. But they could do it up. Biff's dad found the old cot. The cot looked a bit scruffy. It needed a new mattress. But they could do it up. Biff and Chip told Kipper the good news. What did Kipper do? Kipper ran to his room. Biff and Chip looked in. What does Kipper want to do? Kipper found an old toy rabbit. What did he say? He probably said, Oh, look! I had it when I was a baby. It looked a bit scruffy. Its ear was about to fall off. Uh-oh! Can we do it up? He asked. I think they could. Look at the teddy bear in Kipper's chest. What do you think it was feeling?
Why didn't Kipper choose me? I'm cute. I want to play with the new baby too.
Good news traveled fast. Kipper was in Miss Green's class. He told Miss Green about Joe's baby. Miss Green clapped her hands. How exciting, said Miss Green. Miss Green's class was learning about the babies. Look at the posters on the wall. They were all baby names. Thomas, Dylan, Peter, Kelly, Nellie, Sarah, Michael, Russell, Adam. The list went on and on. So many names to choose from. Kipper looked puzzled. Looked puzzled 就是看起来很困惑，想不明白的意思。What was he puzzled about? When will Joe's baby come? He asked. That's a good question. Miss Green told the children about babies. What did she talk about? Babies spend 10 months in their mom's bellies. I know 10 months sounds like a long time. But in these 10 months,
They grow from a tiny little egg to a little baby with eyes, mouth, nose, hair, and feet. All the body parts we need. Mums and dads came to school. They told the children about babies too. Some moms brought their babies. The children loved the babies. They looked at them. They touched them. They wanted to play with them. Kipper played with the baby. He gave it a rattle. Rattle 就是拨浪鼓，一摇啊就会发出声音。The baby made a funny noise. What funny noises does a baby make? Can you make some? I love funny baby noises. The children made a book. The book was about babies. They drew pictures. They wrote words. They wrote about what babies did and what they liked. What do babies do? Let's read the book together. They cry a lot, sleep, feed, make noise, and play. What do they like? They like teddy, rattle, rusk, 就是婴儿饼干, a nice cozy cot, and bath. The children did a good job making the book. Kipper gave Joe the book. What a nice present! Biff and Chip gave Joe the cot. Mom and Dad did up the cot and bought a new mattress. Joe was pleased. Pleased 就是满意、高兴的意思。Biff pointed to Joe's belly. What do you think she said? I think she said, When the baby comes out, I want to put it in this cot and watch it sleep. I'll play with it and take care of it. Joe clapped her hands. Oh, Biff, I know you will be a wonderful big sister. When did Joe's baby come? Was it a boy or a girl? Did the baby like the gifts? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading The New Baby. Previously, everyone heard the good news. Joe was expecting a baby. Kipper found an old toy rabbit and wanted to give it to the baby. At school, Kipper told Miss Green about the baby. Miss Green told the children about babies. Moms and dads came to school and told the children about babies too. The children made a book about babies. Kipper gave Joe the book. Biff and Chip gave Joe the cot. They were all excited about the baby. Wilf wanted a baby to be a girl. Wilma wanted it to be a boy. So Wilf made a big chart. Chart 就是表格。这第二句话呀，看起来有点长，我们来把它一分两半。怎么分呢？还记得 so 这个词儿吗？对了 ，so 就是所以的意思，是一个连词。
So 这个连词把句子分成了两半，前半句是 Wilma wanted it to be a boy. Wilma 想要个弟弟。后半句是 So Wilf made a big chart. 所以啊，Wilf 做了一个大表格。听清楚了，是表格，可不是表哥哈。你看，这样一划分，是不是就清楚了呢？以后遇到长句子，我们都可以这样想想，怎么把它分成短句子。What was the chart about? It's about Joe's baby. Everyone needed to answer 3 questions. 1. Was the baby a boy or a girl? 2. What's its weight? 它有多重？ 3. Which baby name do you like? Some people wanted it to be a girl. Some people wanted it to be a boy. Kipper guessed it would be a big baby, 7.6 kilogram. 差不多16斤呢。Wow, I've never heard of a baby that big. The baby names were Oprah, Justin, Vicky, Alice, Duke. What do you think? Do you think it's a boy or a girl? A big baby or a small one? Which name do you like? Let's see if you are right. Joe felt the baby. The baby is coming, said Joe. It's time to go. Today was the day. Wilf clapped her hands. How exciting, said Wilf. Wilma called her mum. Joe's baby's coming, she called. Mum clapped her hands. How exciting, said Wilma's mum. Joe went to the hospital. She went in the car. What do you think Joe was feeling? I think she was very nervous. Mom helped her. Good luck, called Wilma's mom. Do you remember Mr. and Mrs. Jones' story? Mom helped Mrs. Jones get in the car too. Oh, I hope there was no storm. I hope there's no falling trees. I hope Joe could get to the hospital soon. Yes, Joe was in hospital. Everyone was there. Oh, look, everyone plus one. She had a baby girl. She is called Vicky, said Joe. Who guessed it right? Do you remember the chart? That's right, Chip did. Chip guessed it was a girl, and he also liked the name Vicky. Wilf gave Joe a bunch of flowers. Wilma gave Vicky Keeper's toy bunny. Everyone was happy and excited. Joe brought Vicky home. Everyone wanted to see the new baby. Mom clapped her hands. What do you think she said? I think she said, "Aww." Dad took a photograph. Say cheese. But the baby couldn't say anything. She was just a baby. Oh, why was the baby crying? Because she needed a diaper change. Kipper
looked at the baby.
Joe looked at Kipper.
You know about babies, she said. Do you want to help? What do you think Kipper would do? Kipper looked at Vicky.
No, thank you,
said Kipper. He ran away. Why did he run away? The diaper was smelly. Oh, Kipper, did you forget? When you were a baby, you wore diapers too. And your diapers didn't smell good either. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called Camping Adventure. What do you think the family are doing? Yes, they are having supper. Are they having supper inside or outside? That's right, outside. They are camping. Camping 就是野营。What do you do when camping? You cook and eat outside, and you sleep in a tent. What did Wilf and Wilma's family did during their camping adventure? Let's read a story together. Mom and Dad went camping. They took the children. They went to a farm. What did they bring with them? A lot of things. Water, a mat, a hammer, badminton rackets, bags and boxes. What did Mom and Dad do? Mom and Dad had a new tent. They put it up. Dad used the hammer to hammer the tent to the ground. Wilf helped. That's a big tent. The whole family could stay in it. What did Wilma do? Wilma got some water. I like it here, she said. I like camping. Do you like the farm? Yes, I like it too. It's so green and beautiful. Take a deep breath. Ah. Can you smell the fresh air? Listen. Can you hear the birds? What a great place for camping. Whose farm was this? Mr. Jones was the farmer. He had to milk the cows. 我们知道 milk 这个词有牛奶的意思，但是在这儿啊 milk 是个动词，是挤牛奶的意思。How did Mr. Jones milk the cows?
Come and watch,
he said. Mr. Jones didn't milk the cows himself. The machines did. Look at all these tubes and wires. The milk came from the cows through all the tubes and into this big container. What a lot of cows, said Wilf. Mr. Jones laughed.
Oh, we milk them every day,
he said. That's why Mr. Jones used machines to milk the cows. If he milked every cow all by himself, he wouldn't have time to eat or sleep. Mom wanted some milk.
Fresh milk tastes the best. She went to the farmhouse. I want some eggs too, said Mom. Wilma was happy. Yay! We're going to have fresh milk and eggs for supper. Yum! What was Wolf looking at? He was looking at the yellow tractor. What a big tractor! Look at the tires at the back. Wow, they are taller than I am. Who was selling the milk to Mom? She was Mrs. Jones, the farmer's wife. Mrs. Jones was expecting a baby. She was expecting it soon. Expecting 就是期待的意思。Do you see her big belly? The baby's inside. The baby was getting big. When will the baby come out? Oh, it may come today, she said. It 通常用来指代小动物或者是东西。那 Mrs. Jones 为什么用 it 来指代小 baby 呢？因为她还不知道是个男孩还是女孩，所以她用 it. Oh dear, today! But Mrs. Jones was still working in the farm. What did she sell at the farmhouse? Milk, eggs, and bread. Dad cooked supper, and everyone drank the milk Mom bought from Mrs. Jones. The sky was getting dark. They had a gaslight. They sat outside, ate supper, drank milk, and looked at the stars. I like it here, said Wolf. It's fun in this tent. What were they going to do after supper? How was their night in the tent? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading Camping Adventure. Previously, the family went camping. They went to a farm. Mom and Dad put up a tent. Wolf and Wilma helped. They visited the farm and met the farmer, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones showed them the cows. He had many cows. He milked the cows every day. Mom bought some fresh milk and eggs from Mrs. Jones at the farmhouse. Mrs. Jones had a big belly. She was expecting a baby very soon. She said, "The baby may come today." Later, the family had supper outside. Everyone had a good time. After supper, it was time for bed. But why did Wolf and Wilma look so worried? Even Wolf's teddy bear looked worried. Why was Mom up? What happened? Everyone went to bed, but there was a storm. Nobody could sleep. A storm during camping. Oh no! How big was the storm? It was a big storm. The wind blew. It tried to blow away the tent. Everyone had to get up. Save our tent! Dad shouted.
Oh no! Save my hat!
Did they save their tent?
No.
The wind blew the tent down.
Luckily, Dad still had his hat.
Where did they go? They had to go to the farmhouse. Did Mr. and Mrs. Jones go to bed? Not yet. See, their light was still on. Wilma was holding a torchlight. What was Mom holding? She was holding an umbrella, but the wind blew the umbrella up. Oh, it's no good. It's much better inside the house. They were drinking hot tea and eating the bread Mrs. Jones made. They all felt better. Where was Mrs. Jones? Mr. Jones called Mom.
The baby is coming,
he said. Why did he call Mom? He wanted Mom to help Mrs. Jones. Mrs. Jones had to go to hospital. Can you guess what hospital is? Where did your mom go when you came out of her belly? 猜出来了吗？对了 ，hospital 就是医院。She got in the car. Mom helped her. Mrs. Jones looked nervous. Mr. Jones looked even more nervous. Oh dear, the baby is coming. Mr. Jones drove Mrs. Jones to the hospital. The storm got worse. The wind blew and blew. The wind blew a big tree down. Oh no! The big tree fell on the road. The car couldn't get past. Get past 就是路过、经过的意思。Mr. Jones had a big car, but the tree was even bigger. He couldn't drive around it. He couldn't drive over it either. Look at Mr. Jones. He was shocked. Mrs. Jones was also worried. She was pulling her hair. Oh no! What could they do? Where should they go? Mr. and Mrs. Jones went back to the house. Mom helped Mrs. Jones get in the house. What did she say to Mrs. Jones? Don't worry. You and the baby are safe. Help is on the way. Mr. Jones called for help. He called the hospital. What did the hospital tell him? A helicopter is coming, he said. What is a helicopter? Did the doctor come to help Mrs. Jones? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Camping Adventure. Previously, the family went camping in a farm. They had a nice supper and went to bed. There was a big storm. It blew the tent down. The family had to go to the farmhouse. But Mrs. Jones had to go to the hospital because her baby was coming. Mom helped Mrs. Jones get in the car. Mr. Jones drove her to the hospital. The storm got worse and blew down a big tree. The car couldn't get past. Mr. and Mrs. Jones went back to the house. Mr. Jones called the hospital. A helicopter was coming. Mr. Jones pointed to a field. Field 就是田野或者原野的意思。Did he want the cow to go to the field? No. The helicopter can land there, he said. The cow was thinking. What is a helicopter? Can I eat it? No. Helicopter 是直升飞机，可不能吃。The road was blocked by the big tree. No car or ambulance could come to the farmhouse, but a helicopter could. The helicopter could land on the field. Mr. Jones got some bags. The children helped. They got some big stones. What were they doing? They made a big cross out of the bags. Cross 就是十字架或者是一个叉叉的意思。They put stones on the bags, so the wind couldn't blow the bags away. Why did they do that? What was the big cross for? It's for the helicopter. It's dark at night. The helicopter pilot couldn't see very well in the sky. You don't want the helicopter to land on the farmhouse or on a cow, right? So the big cross could help the pilot know where to land. The helicopter came. It landed near the cross. The cross was a brilliant idea. At last, said Mr. Jones. At last 就是终于的意思，医生终于来了。There was a doctor in the helicopter. Come on, said Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones pointed to the farmhouse. The bags were flying. His head was flying. His heart wanted to jump out of his chest. Mr. Jones was very nervous. He was worried about Mrs. Jones and the baby. The doctor ran to the house, but Mom came to the door. She was laughing. Why was she laughing? Was she laughing at Mr. Jones? Look, his head jumped, his jaw dropped. He looked surprised. Very surprised. What happened? Too late, said Mom. Mrs. Jones has had a baby. She's had a baby boy. Has had 就是已经有了，孩子已经生下来了。That's why Mom was laughing. That's why she said, too late. Was Mrs. Jones well? Was the baby well? Yes, yes, they were both well. Mrs. Jones was in bed. The baby was in her arms. Everyone looked at the baby. He was small. He was cute. He was sleeping. Everyone smiled. Wolf, Wilma, Mom and Dad were happy that they could help. Mr. Jones smiled. He thought, thank goodness, both the mother and the baby are well. Mrs. Jones smiled. She thought, thank goodness the baby is well. Ooh, what a night! He's very sweet, said Wilma. Will he like camping?
What do you think? I think he would. Just not in the storm. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Today, let's read a story called Scarecrows. The word scarecrows has two words in it. Scare 就是吓唬 ，crows 是乌鸦。用什么东西来吓唬乌鸦呀、鸟啊，不让它们偷吃种子粮食呢？对了，就是稻草人。Why are Biff and Chip thinking about scarecrows? Let's read a story together. Biff and Chip had a little garden. Where was the garden? It's behind their house in the backyard. They planted seeds and they put in plants. Chip put in seeds. Biff put in plants. Was it a flower garden or a vegetable garden? I don't know. Maybe both. We might find out when the seeds came out and the plants grew. Did Mom help? No, they didn't need Mom's help. They were good at gardening. Mom just sat there, reading her book and drinking her tea. When the vegetables or flowers came out, it would be even nicer to sit by the little garden. What a lot of birds! What did they do in the garden? The birds liked the garden. They ate the seeds and pecked the plants. Pecked 就是叼或者啄的意思。They ate the seeds for food. Why did they peck the plants? They pecked the plants to build their homes. Were the children happy about that? No. Biff was cross. Look at the birds, she said. Go away. Go away. Did the birds go away? Yes, but they would come back again. Biff had to scare them away all day long. She wouldn't be able to do anything else. Biff and Chip had an idea. Let's make a scarecrow, they said. What a good idea, said Mom. Mom was thinking they could use the golf clubs to scare the birds. A scarecrow was a much better idea. What did they use to make a scarecrow? They got some old clothes and made the scarecrow's body. Mom helped them. Whose old clothes did they use? I think they used Dad's old clothes. They stuffed old towels and newspapers into the old clothes. Now the old clothes looked like a body. But the scarecrow didn't have a head. Don't worry. Biff got a bag. Chip painted a face on it. Mom made a scarecrow's hair. What a teamwork! The scarecrow was coming along nicely. Biff used gloves to make hands too. She was going to help Scarecrow put on old shoes. Ta-da! The scarecrow was finished. They even put a hat on it. Was the scarecrow a boy or a girl? Chip wanted the scarecrow to be a boy. He called it Fred. I think the scarecrow did look like a boy. Oh, why was Biff fed up? She didn't like the name Fred? Biff didn't like the idea that the scarecrow was a boy. Biff wanted it to be a girl. All scarecrows are boys, said Chip. He put Fred's arm around him. See, Fred and I look like brothers. Do you think Chip was right? Are all scarecrows boys? Well, Biff didn't think Chip was right. Biff didn't want Chip to be right. What could she do to show Chip he was wrong? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone. This is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading Scarecrows. Previously, Biff and Chip had a little garden. They planted seeds and they put in plants. But the birds ate the seeds and pecked the plants. Biff was cross. Go away, she told the birds. But the birds kept coming back. What could they do? Biff and Chip had an idea. They made a scarecrow. Mom helped them. They used old clothes to make the body, a bag to make the head, gloves to make the hands, and old shoes to make the feet. Chip wanted a scarecrow to be a boy. He called it Fred. Biff wanted it to be a girl. Chip laughed. All scarecrows are boys, he said. Was he right? The key began to glow. The magic took them inside a little house. The magic took Fred too. The magic took them to a field. Field 就是田野。Where was Fred? He was jumping. The scarecrow came to life. I'm alive, called Fred. Was Fred happy he was alive? Oh, yes, he was excited. Fred jumped in the air. It's magic, he called. The children did a good job making Fred, but they didn't make Fred alive. The magic did. Who were those people behind Fred? There were some scarecrows in the lane. Lane 就是小路或者羊肠小道的意思。All the scarecrows were alive in the magic world. Fred waved at them. He was excited to meet other scarecrows. Fred ran up to the scarecrows. How did other scarecrows look like? The one in black looked like a gentleman. The one with glasses looked like a writer. They all looked different. But they looked happy to meet Fred. Hello, he called. Where are you going? A scarecrow pointed to a barn. We are going to the barn dance. You can come too. Barn 就是谷仓、马厩或者牛棚的意思。没想到 barn 还可以作为稻草人的舞厅呢。Today was a lucky day for Fred. He was made, he came to life, he met new friends, and he was invited to a dance all in one day. Then the scarecrows looked at Biff and Chip. Oh dear, you can't come. Why not? He pointed to the poster. What did the poster say? It said, Tonight, Scarecrow's Barn Dance. 今晚稻草人的谷仓舞会 With music by the Turnips. 音乐伴奏萝卜乐队 And the red letters say, No humans. 人类免进 Biff and Chip weren't scarecrows. They were humans. They couldn't go to the dance. But Fred had an idea. What was Fred's idea? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Scarecrows. Previously, Biff and Chip made a scarecrow. Chip named him Fred. Biff wanted it to be a girl, but Chip said all scarecrows were boys. Then the magic took them to a field. Fred came to life. He met other scarecrows. They were going to a barn dance. They said Fred could go, but Biff and Chip could not, because no humans could go to the scarecrow barn dance. But Fred had an idea. What was his idea? Fred made Biff and Chip into scarecrows. How? He put straws under their shirts. He let them wear hats to cover their heads and gloves to cover their hands. Chip wore a red nose too. Did they look like scarecrows now? They did. They went to the dance, and other scarecrows all thought they were scarecrows too. They said, Welcome! Please come in! The band began to play. Do you remember the name of the band? That's right, the Turnips. Which instruments do they play? 他们演奏的都是些什么乐器呀？A box with a stick and a string? A washboard? An oil drum? And a pipe? 好像啊，都是农场里的各种工具。这个萝卜乐队真是太有才了。Come on, called Fred.Let's dance! Biff began to dance with the scarecrows. The sun was setting. It made everything golden. Everyone was smiling. This is fun, called Chip. Biff danced with Fred. Chip danced with Biff. They all danced with the scarecrows.
What a fun and magical night!
See?
Said Biff. There are girl scarecrows. I told you so.
I told you so 就是我早就跟你说过了吧。
Biff was right. There were girl scarecrows, boy scarecrows. There were even a teddy bear scarecrow, a robot scarecrow, and a pumpkin one too. They had different faces. Some had hands and feet, and some didn't. No two scarecrows looked alike. They all looked so different. Suddenly, the key glowed. It was time to go home.
Oh no,
said Fred. Fred didn't want to go home. Fred wanted to dance all night long with his new friends. Alas, the magic took them home. Fred sat on the floor, looking sad. Do you think he remembered what happened in the adventure? I think he did. He already started to miss his new friends. Biff and Chip had an idea. What was their idea? They made a girl scarecrow. She had golden hair and red cheeks. She wore Biff's old clothes. She stood hand in hand with Fred. They both looked happy. Biff and Chip were happy too. And the birds were not happy. Where were they? They stood on the fence. They were scared by the scarecrows. The little garden was growing well. Mom saw the new scarecrow. I didn't know they were girl scarecrows, said Mom. What did Chip say? Well, there are, said Chip. What Chip didn't tell Mom was, I even danced with them. Hey, the girl scarecrow didn't have a name yet. Can you give her a name? I'm sure it will be a lovely name. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called Noah's Ark Adventure. Ark 就是方舟的意思。Where are the children? They are on the sandy hill by the water. What are they doing in the rain? What are they looking at? They are looking at something on top of a hill in the distance. What is that? That's Noah's Ark. 诺亚方舟。Who is Noah? What is an ark? Let's read a story together. It rained and rained. It rained all day long. All day long 就是一整天的意思。Where were the children? They were in the house. Did they like rainy days? No. The children were fed up. Fed up 就是受够了。Rain, rain, go away. Come again another day. Why didn't they like rainy days?
Because they wanted to play outside. They wanted to play football, go to the park, or ride a bike. But the rain would not stop. They couldn't do anything about it. Do you like rain? I like rain, but I don't like it when it rains all day long. Where did the children go now? The children went outside. Were they happy now? No, they were still fed up. They wanted to play, but it was too wet. Even Floppy was sad. I don't like rain. Rain makes me wet. Everyone has a raincoat. Why don't I have a raincoat? Knock, knock. Who's that? Dad looked out of the window. Come inside, he said. It's too wet to play outside. Too 是太什么什么了，以至于不能做什么的意思。比如，太冷了不想出门，怎么说呢？ Too cold to go outside. 再比如说，肚子太饱了，吃不下冰激凌了，怎么说呢？ Too full to eat ice cream. 有的小朋友说这不可能。那么 too wet to play 是什么意思呢？对了，就是太湿了，不能在外边玩了。Dad was right. You don't want to catch a cold in the rain. 淋雨感冒了可不舒服，对不对？ Where did they go now? The children went to Biff's room. Suddenly, the key began to glow. Suddenly 就是突然的意思。It was time for a magic adventure. The magic adventure was just in time. It was a great way to get away from the rain. Suddenly, they fell into the magic world. What a good job, said Kipper. I want a magic adventure. I'm fed up with all the rain. Where did the children want to go? Somewhere. Anywhere. As long as there's no rain. Voila! The magic door opened. The magic key took them into a new adventure. Where were they? I saw sandy hills, some white houses, some trees, and lots of water. Was that an ocean? Now, were the children happy about the new adventure? No, they were fed up. Yes, it was a new place, but it was raining. Oh no, said Kipper. We don't want an adventure in the rain.
Huh.
I guess they couldn't get away from the rain. Did the magic key do this on purpose? 你说，魔法钥匙是不是故意逗孩子们呢？ You are fed up with rain? I'll give you more rain. What was the adventure about? They looked around. The the children saw a boat. Did you see it? Yes, it was on a hill. It looked like a big house with a roof on top. What is it? Asked Kipper. It's Noah's Ark, said Biff. How did Biff know it's Noah's Ark? Was she right? Have you heard of Noah's Ark? What happened to the children? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading Noah's Ark Adventure. Previously, the children were fed up. It rained all day long. They went outside, but it was too wet to play. They went to Biff's room, and the magic key began to glow. The children were excited. They wanted a magic adventure. They wanted to go somewhere with no rain. The magic key took them to a new place. But it was still raining. The children were upset. They saw a boat. Biff said it was Noah's Ark. Noah has to put the animals on the ark, or they will drown, said Chip. Drown 就是淹死的意思。小朋友肯定奇怪了，啊，为什么动物们会被淹死呢？原来啊，在很久很久以前，地球上的人类啊，做了很多坏事情。God 就是上帝，是最厉害的神。他决定用一场大洪水消灭所有的坏人。不过呀，这么多的坏人中，有一个好人，谁呢？就是 Noah。为了保护好人和无辜的动物们，上帝就让 Noah 建造一个方舟，让他把所有的动物还有他的家人们一起带上方舟。之后呢，上帝降下了倾盆大雨，这雨呀，一下就是40天。大雨最后终于停了。这时，天空上出现了一道彩虹。彩虹就是上帝和人类的约定。上帝保证啊，以后再也不用洪水毁灭世界了。This is the story of Noah's Ark. Do you want to meet Noah and the animals? Let's go. The children came to the ark. The animals were there too. Which animals do you see? I see elephants, giraffes, bears, and horses. They were waiting to get onto the ark. It's raining so much, said Biff. The water's going to cover everything. Look at the clouds. They were dark and heavy. The rain would not stop anytime soon. Don't worry, said Chip. Noah will save all the animals. Yes, look at his ark. It's huge. All the animals could get on. Will he save us too? Asked Kipper. What do you think? I think he would. Noah was a good man. he would save the children. We talked about Noah so much. Where was he? There he was. Hello, said Noah. He was holding a strange umbrella. What was his umbrella made of? Yes, it's made of wood. Floppy didn't like his umbrella.
Hey, watch out!
What did Noah say to the children?
What do you want? Have you come to help?
These were good questions. What did the children want? Well, they wanted the rain to go away. They wanted an adventure. Did they come to help? Well, sure. Why not? The children were good children. They always tried to be helpful. What did Noah want them to do? Noah looked at the water. He pointed at the ark. I want some help, he said. There was a rain meter. The water was already very deep. Soon, it would cover the ground Noah and the children stood on. If you wanted to go anywhere, you have to swim to it. They needed to be hurried. How could the children help? The children looked at the animals. What a lot of animals, big and small.
It is time to put the animals onto the ark,
said Noah. The animals went onto the ark. They went on in twos. In twos 就是一对儿一对儿的意思。Two horses, two hippos, two donkeys. Why were there two animals of every kind? Because they needed a boy and a girl. First, Noah put the big animals on. Why the big animals first? Because then the big animals would not step on the small animals. A man pushed the elephants. The elephants were too big. They were stuck.
Come on, go on.
A cow helped too. What's flying in the sky? Crocodiles. But the crocodiles were not flying. They pulled the crocodiles up in the big net. Did they get all the animals onto the ark? Did the children go onto the ark? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Let's finish reading Noah's Ark Adventure. Previously, the magic key took the children to see Noah's Ark. It rained and rained. The water's going to cover everything. Noah was trying to save all the animals. He saw the children and asked them to help. They needed to put the animals onto the ark. First, Noah put the big animals on. Elephants, crocodiles, and camels. A camel didn't want to go onto the ark.
They pushed it and pulled it. Come on, Camel. You can do it. Biff and Chip pulled. A man pushed. Did Kipper help? No, he was too small. I'd better stay out of the way. I don't want the camel to step on me. Oh no! The water was covering everyone's feet. Noah and his sons counted the animals. 2 elephants, tick. 2 pigs, tick. 2 giraffes, tick. 2 cobras, tick, tick, tick. All the animals are on, said Noah. It's time to go. Please get onto the ark. Noah asked the children to get onto the ark too. Yay! The children were saved. They'd better be hurried. The rain got bigger and bigger. Remember, the ark was on top of a hill. Now the entire hill was under the water. What a lot of rain. The children went onto the ark. Noah looked at Floppy. Stop! Shouted Noah. What's wrong? Did Noah change his mind? I'm sorry, said Noah. We put 2 dogs on the ark. We can't have 3 dogs. A dog looked at Floppy. I'm sorry. God said 2 animals of every kind. You are too late. There's no way I'm getting out of the ark. What would the children do? The children couldn't leave Floppy. Kipper hugged Floppy. Floppy can't go on the ark, so we won't go on it, said Biff. Biff 说的是一个长句子，小朋友你看看，怎么把它分成短句呢？对了，以逗号为界 ，so 是所以的意思。前半句是 Floppy can't go on the ark。Floppy 不能上方舟 ，can't 就是不能。下半句呢，就是 So we won't go on it。所以呀，我们也不会上去的。Won't 是不会的意思。Oh Noah, don't leave the children, please. Maybe it's okay to have 3 dogs. But there was no time. Noah had to leave. Now. He threw away his wooden umbrella and went on to the ark. The ark sailed away. Where were the children? Did they drown in the water? Phew! Thank goodness, no. The children floated in Noah's big umbrella. Floated 就是漂浮。It's still raining, said Biff. There was nothing but water, water, water. Do you remember how many days it rained? That's right. 40 days and 40 nights. Shh! Don't tell the children. They were fed up when it rained only 1 day. 40 days? They would go mad. Just then, the magic key began to glow. What a good job! think the children wanted to go home. The magic took the children home. What an adventure, said Biff. Noah's umbrella got smaller. Oh no, said Kipper. Water everywhere. But look outside. The rain stopped. There was a beautiful rainbow. 小朋友，你还记得吗？彩虹是上帝和人类的约定，而 Kipper 手上的小伞也是一个约定。是谁和谁之间的约定呢？是孩子们和 Floppy 的约定。不论发生什么，他们都不会丢下 Floppy 的。All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called A New Classroom. Who are the children in the picture? Yes, they are Wilf, Biff, and Chip. They are classmates. What are they looking at? They are looking at a worker. What is the worker doing? She is putting up a fence. What is the fence for? Let's read a story together. Some people came to the school. Were they new teachers? No, they don't look like teachers. They wore hard hats. They were construction workers. What did they do at the school? They put a fence across the playground. Fence 就是围墙。The children looked at the fence. What did the sign say? Danger! Keep out! 危险，闲人免进。What is it for? Asked Wilf. Nobody knew. The children played in the playground all the time. Why was the playground dangerous? That's strange. A lorry came to the school. What a big lorry! What did it carry? It had blocks on it. Big gray blocks. They must be very heavy. What are they for? Asked Biff. Nobody knew. Then a digger came. What did the digger do? Well, the digger dug holes in the ground. The digger had a long arm and a big bucket at the end. The long arm moved up and down. The bucket broke the ground and scooped up dirt. The children were excited. Some men dug a long trench across the playground. Trench 就是壕沟。One man was sitting in the cab. He drove the digger and moved the arm and the bucket. The long trench looked like a long scar. What is it for? Everyone asked. Is it for playing hide and seek? Is it for making a little stream? Nobody knew. It was time to go in, but the children didn't want to. They liked the digger. What were they thinking? Maybe some were thinking, "Wow,
What a long arm! And strong, too! I've never seen a real digger before.
Maybe others were thinking, how can a digger make a hole in the ground so easily? The ground is so hard. It is so cool. A teacher blew her whistle. Time for class. Hurry up, hurry up. But nobody wanted to go in. They wanted to look at the digger. Even Mrs. May liked to see how the digger worked. Mrs. May looked at the trench. The trench was quite deep. It's for a new classroom, she said. Ah, that's what it was for. They were building a new classroom. The children were excited. They wanted to find out about the new classroom. What did they do to find out about the new classroom? How did the new classroom look like? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading A New Classroom. Previously, some people came to the school. They put up a fence across the playground. A lorry came. It had blocks on it. Then a digger came. It dug a long trench across the playground. Nobody knew what it was for. But Mrs. May knew. It's for a new classroom. The children were excited to find out about the new classroom. The children looked at some books. Wilf found a book about diggers. Chip painted a picture of one. Good job, Chip! That's a beautiful picture. The digger seems to wear a crown. It must be the king of diggers. Look at the wall. The children drew pictures of different houses and homes. Some were small houses, some were tall buildings. They used building blocks to build houses. There was so much to learn. Mrs. May took the children outside. Everyone wore a hard hat. They talked about the digger. The worker pointed to the different parts of the digger and talked about what they were. Mrs. May took a photograph. Can you see if the digger has wheels? No, it doesn't. It has tracks, like a big belt. Do you know why? Because a digger is very heavy. Wheels are not strong enough. Tracks are wide and big. They can support the heavy digger. Everyone looked at the blocks. What were the blocks for? Were they benches to sit on? Were they ping-pong tables? No. The classroom will go on the blocks, said Mrs. May. So, they were like the legs of the classroom. How interesting. What was the machine that jumped up and down? It was a jackhammer, 手提凿岩机.
别看这个机器个头小，它能喷出特别强的气体。这个气呀，可以把石头冲碎，在地上凿个洞，厉害吧？
Then a crane came to the school. The children were excited. Wow! Another giant machine! They looked at the driver. It must be very hard to drive such a big machine. How can the driver make such a big thing turn left or right? That is so cool. What is the crane for? Asked Biff. Wait and see, said Mrs. May. The children watched the crane. What did the crane do? It lifted the classroom over the wall. Oh my! The classroom was hiding behind the wall. The crane lifted the whole classroom like a piece of cake. The crane had a longer and stronger arm than the digger. If a crane was fighting with a digger, who do you think would win? Oh, I think a crane would. Everyone watched the classroom. What did the classroom look like? It looked like a big box with windows. Don't drop it, called Chip. Whom was Chip talking to? He was talking to the crane. The classroom looked very heavy. Chip was worried. Phew! Nothing to worry about. The crane did a good job. Biff looked at the classroom. Something was wrong. Mrs. May! Mrs. May! Called Biff. What's wrong? Can you tell? I can't. Everything looked good. The classroom was safely landed on the blocks. The crane didn't drop it. The windows didn't break. Did Biff worry too much? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading A New Classroom. Previously, the children looked at books about diggers and houses and painted pictures. They went outside to see the digger. Mrs. May took a photograph. The blocks were on the ground. The classroom would go on the blocks. Then a crane came to the school. It lifted the classroom over the wall. Biff looked at the classroom. Something was wrong. She called to Mrs. May. Don't shout, Biff, said Mrs. May. She was trying to take a photograph. The crane put the classroom down. It put the classroom on the blocks. Did other children find something wrong? No, they didn't. Can you tell what was wrong? No, I can't either. Only Biff thought something was wrong. What did the crane lift now? The crane lifted the roof and put it on the classroom. How interesting! They built the classroom like playing with the building blocks. 搭房子啊，就像搭积木一样，真有意思。Something was wrong. Can you tell what was wrong?
I can't. Mrs. May, called Biff. Something is wrong.
What did Mrs. May say? Don't shout, Biff, said Mrs. May. Mrs. May didn't think something was wrong. She thought Biff was just too excited. But Biff was not excited. Biff was worried. She grabbed Mrs. May's arm and pointed to the classroom. Everyone gasped. Gasped 就是倒吸了一口气，或者呀大喘气的意思。Something was wrong. The classroom was upside down. Oh dear, said Mrs. May. Biff had a great eye. How can you tell the classroom was upside down? Yes, look at the door. It seemed the door floated to the ceiling. I said something was wrong, said Biff. But nobody would listen. Mrs. May felt sorry. Oh, I should have listened to you, Biff. I'm sorry. The crane put the classroom the right way up. The right way up 就是放正了的意思。The children wanted to look inside. Do you want to look inside? I do too. Let's go. A worker opened the door. She waved an arm. Please come in. Wow, they built a classroom in one day. That's so fast. The children went inside. Wilf saw a door. What's in here? Asked Wilf. What do you think was behind this door? A teacher's office? A small study? A secret room? Everyone gasped. Oh no, said Wilf. What's wrong with this room? It was upside down. How can you tell? Because the toilets were upside down. The toilet bowls floated to the ceiling. 马桶啊，都跑到天花板上去了。Good thing that there was no water in the toilet. I'm afraid the classroom couldn't be built in one day. What do you think the workers would do next? Could they use the digger, the crane, or lorry to fix the toilets? All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called Mom to the Rescue. Rescue 就是营救 To the rescue 就是及时到来营救解围的意思 What are Mom and the children sitting in? They are sitting in a small lifeboat called the dinghy. What do you think might happen to the children? Do they fall into the water? Does Mom rescue them out of the water? Let's read a story together. Mom and Dad went to a car boat sale. They took the children. Car boot 就是车后箱 A car boot sale is a market. People sell things from their car boots. What kind of things can you buy there? Well, all kinds of old things. Look at the car on the left. What did the man sell? Bargain life jackets.
What a lot of old life jackets! When do you wear life jackets?
Yes, when you are on a boat. Did the family like to go to the car boot sale?
Yes, they did. Everyone was smiling. Look at Kipper. He was holding Mom and Dad's hands and swinging. Whee! Mom looked at something. Did she look at the old lady? No. Did she look at the angry dog in the car? No. Did she look at the cat lamp? No, no, no. Mom looked at the dinghy. She called Dad. Dad looked at the dinghy. What did Dad say? What is it? Asked Dad. Dad didn't know what it was. Maybe it's a what's it? It's a dinghy, said Mom. What does the dinghy look like? Well, I don't know what it looked like. But it didn't look like a boat. It must be an old dinghy. Mom wanted a dinghy. She called the children. Look at this, she said. The children looked at the dinghy. What is it? They asked. It's a dinghy, said Mom. Mom was excited about the dinghy. We can all sit in the dinghy and have a great time on the water. Was Dad excited about the dinghy? Dad didn't know what to do with it. Can this thing really float on the water? Are you sure we can use it? Did they buy the dinghy? Yes, they did. They took the dinghy home. The dinghy wouldn't work if there was no air in it. So what did Dad do? Dad pumped it up, but it went down again. Pumped it up 就是给它打气的意思。How was Dad doing? Dad was getting mad. I'm pumping it so hard. Why doesn't it go up? Urgh. What was Mom doing? Mom was drinking tea and thinking, oh, silly Dad. Don't just use your legs. Use your eyes and ears. Listen, the dinghy is leaking. And look, there is a small hole in the dinghy. Even Floppy can see it. Well, Floppy felt it with his nose. Mom to the rescue. Where was Dad? He was sitting on the ground, panting and sweating. Oh, that is hard work. I can't do it anymore. Mom mended the dinghy. She put a patch on it. The children helped. What did Mom use to put the patch on? She used glue. Very strong glue. Kipper, be careful. Don't play with the glue. It can stick your hands together. The dinghy was pumped up. Dad put the dinghy on the car. They took a picnic and went to the river.
Did the patch work? Did the dinghy go down again? Did Mom come to the rescue again?
Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's keep on reading Mom to the Rescue. Previously, the family went to a car boat sale. Mom wanted a dinghy. They took the dinghy home. Dad pumped it up, but it went down again. There was a hole in the dinghy. Mom mended the dinghy. She put a patch on it. The dinghy was mended and pumped up. Dad put it on the car. They went to the river for a picnic. Dad looked at the river. He pointed at the weir. The weir is dangerous, he said. Weir 就是堰或者拦河坝。拦河坝呀，可以让河的水位升高，让水流得更快。Should they put the dinghy here? Oh no! The weir made the water flow too fast. It's dangerous to play by the weir. Where should they go? Mom and Dad had a good idea. Let's put everything in the dinghy. Everyone can help, they said. What did they put in the dinghy? They put food, water, picnic rug, and life jackets in the dinghy. Did they also get the life jackets from the car boot sale? Maybe. The dinghy was like a basket. It held everything. They found a good spot for the picnic. Do you like the spot? Yes, it's beautiful. You can look at the meadow on one side and the river on the other. Great choice. Mom and the children couldn't wait to try their dinghy. They put on their life jackets. They sat in the dinghy. The children paddled the dinghy. Paddled 就是用桨划水的意思。The water here was calm and safe. Floppy went into the water too. Why didn't Dad get into the dinghy? He held the dinghy with a rope. He didn't want the dinghy to float away. He wanted to make sure Mom and the children were safe. Everyone had a good time. Everyone was hungry. It was time for the picnic. Mom and Dad put the rug down and got the picnic out. They had sandwiches, cakes, fruits, and cookies. What do you like to eat for the picnic? I think when you are having a picnic, everything tastes better, right? Floppy ran out of the water. Why did he run out of the water now? Because he saw the food and he was hungry too. Can I have some? He shook water over Dad. That's what a dog does when he gets wet. But Dad didn't like it. Go away, Floppy, said Dad. The river was busy. Biff and Chip watched the boats go by. Watched something go by 就是看着什么东西走过、路过或者驶过的意思。Were they small boats like the dinghy? No, they were big and fast boats. Watch out, duck! The duck probably thought, I don't like those big boats. Whoa, they scare me. Quack, quack. Biff liked the big boats. I wish we could go on a big boat, she said. What did people do on the big boat? They drank, they ate, they could have a picnic on the boat. Chip agreed. It looked so much fun to be on a big boat. It was time to go home. What a good day, said Dad. It was a good picnic. Chip threw a ball. Floppy ran to catch it. Everyone had a good time. Wait, someone was upset. Who? A lady. She was running up and shouting. Why was she so upset? Something was not right. What happened? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Mom to the Rescue. Previously, the family went to a picnic. They came to a river. There was a weir in the river. It was dangerous. The family put everything in the dinghy and found a nice spot for the picnic. Mom and the children sat in the dinghy and paddled. Biff and Chip watched the boats go by. Biff liked the big boats. She wished she could go on a big boat. Everyone had a good time. It was a good picnic. They put everything in the dinghy and were about to go home. Suddenly, a lady was running up and shouting. What's happening? Look, said Biff. Biff looked at a big boat. There is nobody on that boat. Whose boat was it? My boat is in danger, called the lady. It was the lady's boat. In danger 就是有危险的意思。Help! Get my boat! Why was the boat in danger? Look at the sign in the river. It says, Danger Weir. The weir was right ahead. The weir was dangerous. The water ran fast. If nobody was on the boat might flow down the river, go over the weir, and crash. Oh, what to do? Mom to the rescue! Mom put the dinghy in the river. She paddled to the boat. Be careful! Called everyone. Why must Mom be careful? Because it was near the weir. The water ran fast. If Mom fell into the water, she might go over the weir. Dad was holding the rope so the dinghy would not float away. Mom climbed onto the boat. She started the engine. engine 就是发动机。She was just in time. Just in time 就是非常及时的意思。The boat was very close to the weir. If Mom didn't turn the boat around just in time, it would go over the weir and crash. Mom was so good with boats. She could drive any kind of boat, from a small dinghy to a big boat. Mom brought the boat back. Hooray! Everyone shouted. Mom to the rescue, said Kipper. The lady was crying. Why was she crying? She was too happy. Oh, I thought I was going to lose my favorite boat. Thank goodness. Mom was holding a rope too. She was going to throw the rope to Dad so Dad could pull the boat to the shore. Dad let go of the dinghy rope. He was so excited to see Mom that he forgot about the dinghy. The dinghy went over the weir. Oh no, said everyone. The children loved the dinghy. They were sad to see it go. The lady had an idea. I will lend you my boat to say thank you, she said. Lend 就是借给的意思。这句话看起来有点长，其实我们呢可以在中间画一条线，把它分成2个部分。第一个部分是 I will lend you my boat， 我要把船借给你。第二部分是 to say thank you， 为了感谢你。这样一画，这个句子是不是就很容易读懂了呢？ The family had a holiday on the boat. A big boat. Biff must be very happy. She wished they could go on a big boat. Now her wish came true. Thanks to the dinghy, said Mom. I will say thanks to Mom. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called Sleeping Beauty, 睡美人. Do you know the story of Sleeping Beauty? A long, long time ago, a bad witch put a spell on a princess. The princess fell asleep. Nothing could wake her up. She slept and slept. She slept for 100 years. 100 years later, a prince came to the castle and woke her up. What did he do to wake her up? Oh, look, the children were there too. What might happen in this version of the story? Let's read it together. The children went to pick blackberries. What are blackberries? The word blackberries has 2 words in it. Black, 黑色, and berries, 梅子. 所以 blackberry 就是对了，黑莓。Blackberries were ready to pick in the summer.
It must be a warm summer day. Look at Dad. He was sweating. They walked a long way to find blackberries. Finally, they found them. There were lots of blackberries. The bushes had thorns. Thorns 就是刺儿。Be careful, Kipper. Mind the thorns, called Wilma. Mind 在这儿是小心、留意的意思。如果你在伦敦坐地铁，经常会听到广播里说 Mind the gap. 这是在提醒你啊，要小心地铁和站台之间的空隙。Chip didn't hear Wilma's warning. Ow, said Chip. The thorns are sharp. Can you guess what sharp means? That's right. Sharp 就是锋利、尖锐的意思。Why do blackberries have sharp thorns? Because they don't want animals like deer, horses, and sheep to eat them. The children picked blackberries. Wilma saw some big blackberries, but they were deeper in the bushes. Nobody could reach them without touching the thorns. Don't worry. Wilma was prepared. She had some thick gloves and some clippers. Clippers 就是园丁用的花剪。Wilma put on the thick gloves. The gloves were thick and hard. They didn't need to mind the thorns anymore. She cut the stems with the clippers. Stems 就是植物的茎或者梗。Then she could reach inside and pick the big blackberries. The bigger and blacker the blackberries, the sweeter they are. 黑莓呀，越大越黑，就越甜。The children went home. They ate some blackberries. Why did Biff stick her tongue out? Yuck! This isn't ripe, said Biff. Ripe 就是果实成熟。How does a blackberry taste if it isn't ripe? Yes, it's very sour. 没有成熟的黑莓，可酸了。That's why Biff stuck her tongue out. Oh, look, her tongue was turning black from the blackberry juice. Biff picked up the magic key. It began to glow. The magic is working, said Biff. It seems they were falling into blackberry bushes. Wilma grabbed her gloves and clippers. Who knows? We might need to use them. The magic took them to a castle. Wow! Look at these thorns, said Kipper. The castle was covered in blackberry thorns. Nobody could get near the castle. Was Sleeping Beauty inside this castle? Oh, look! There was a white horse. Whose horse was it? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time! Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong.
Let's keep on reading Sleeping Beauty. Previously, the children went to pick blackberries. Blackberries had sharp thorns. Wilma knew how to pick blackberries. She had some thick gloves and clippers. She put on the gloves, cut the stem with the clippers, and picked some big blackberries. The children went home and ate some blackberries. Biff ate one that wasn't ripe. Yuck! Then the magic key glowed and took them to a castle. The castle was covered in thorns. A man was stuck in the thorns. How did he get there? It must be painful to get stuck in the thorns. Ow! Help! He called. I can't get free. Who do you think the man was? Did he look like a good man or a bad man? Whether he was good or bad, the children thought they should help him. What good children! Wilma came to rescue. Wilma put on the gloves. She got the clippers. Then she cut the man free. Thanks, said the man. I wanted to get to the castle, but I got stuck in the thorns. The man wore a red suit and green trousers. He dressed very nicely, like a prince. But his nice clothes were torn by the thorns. I am a prince, said the man. I need to get in the castle. There is a princess in there. So he must be the prince who came to save the princess. The white horse by the castle must be his. The funny thing was, if the prince came to rescue the princess, how could he come with empty hands? It's a good thing he only got stuck in thorns. What if he got stuck with dragons or monsters? Shouldn't he bring a saw or a knife or maybe clippers? We can help, said Wilma. We can lend you these clippers. Wilma was very kind. He lent the prince his clippers and gloves. The thorns were sharp, but the prince cut a way in. Mind the thorns, he called. Look how thick the bushes were. They grew taller than the children and thicker than the castle wall. At last, they got to the castle. The prince pushed the door open. What's inside the castle, besides the princess? Would there be a dragon? Would the dragon breathe fire at them? They went inside the castle. The castle was dark. Chip lit candles. Thank goodness there was no fire-breathing dragon. There were people in the castle. Everyone was fast asleep. Did they sleep in bed? No. Some were sleeping back to back. Some were sleeping by the table. They must have fallen asleep very suddenly. Oh, look! There was a dog, too. The dog was fast asleep on the floor. How many years have they slept? Would the prince find the princess? How would he wake her up? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Sleeping Beauty. Previously, the magic took the children to a castle. The castle was covered in thorns. A man was stuck in the thorns. Wilma put on the gloves. She used the clippers to cut the man free. The man was the prince. He needed to get in the castle to save the princess. Wilma lent him her gloves and clippers. The thorns were sharp, but the prince cut a way in. At last, they went inside the castle. Everyone was fast asleep. Did they just fall asleep? Or have they slept for a long time? Yes, they have been sleeping for a very long time. How can you tell? There was dust on everything. Dust 就是灰尘。Yuck, said Kipper. He pointed to the ceiling. Look at the cobwebs. What were cobwebs? They were the webs spiders made. Cobwebs 就是蜘蛛网。I'm okay with dust, but I don't like cobwebs. I don't like cobwebs at all. What about you? They came to a door. 2 soldiers guarded the door. Well, they guarded the door in their sleep. There were cobwebs everywhere. There were even cobwebs on the people. Ooh, poor soldiers. They slept standing up for so long that spiders made cobwebs on them. It must be a very strong sleeping spell. Could the prince break the spell? At last, they found the princess. She was fast asleep. How did the princess look like? She had blonde hair, rosy cheeks, and long arms. She wore a white dress and golden shoes. She was beautiful, even in her sleep. Now, what do I do? Said the prince. What? The prince didn't know what to do. Oh, first, he came to the castle with empty hands. If Wilma didn't lend him the gloves and clippers, he would have been stuck in thorns forever. Now he found the princess. He didn't even know what to do. Oh, the prince was useless. Thank goodness he had the children. Kipper taught him what to do. Kipper pursed his lips. You kiss the princess, said Kipper. Like this. Mwah. Then she wakes up. Everyone knows that. Kipper couldn't believe the prince didn't know that. How do you think Kipper knew what the prince should do? I think he learned it from listening to fairy tales. The prince kissed the princess. Mwah. Kipper gave him 2 thumbs up. Yes, that's it. You got it. Why did Chip make a face? Yuck, said Chip. Chip thought the kissing was yucky. Blech. The princess woke up. That kiss worked. Kipper was right. At last, said the princess. That was a long sleep. Everyone in the castle woke up. The king and queen woke up. The knights and maids woke up. Hey, who's that guy in the bathroom? Wait a minute. There were light bulbs in the bathroom. Should there be light bulbs in the castle? Well, I don't know. Maybe it's another story for another time. The children didn't have time to find out either. The magic key glowed. Time to go, said Biff. The prince doesn't need us now. What would the prince and the princess do next? Well, in the fairy tale, the prince and the princess got married, and they lived happily ever after. The magic adventure was over. The children went back to the house. Dad was fast asleep. His mouth was wide open. His newspaper fell on Floppy. Should someone wake him up? He's no sleeping beauty, said Biff. No one wanted to give him a kiss. Floppy opened an eye. Well, if you want, I can give Dad a kiss. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called The Adventure Park. Have you been to an adventure park?
You may ask,
Miss Tong, what is an adventure park? Well, look at the family. They are in an adventure park. You can do rope climbing, rock climbing, zip lines, and all kinds of exciting activities. It looks Biff is doing rope climbing. He's high up in the trees. What else do they do in the adventure park? Let's read a story together. The children went to an adventure park. They were excited. Biff said, "Come on, Mom. Come on, Dad." Chip said, "There are so many people. I'll go get the tickets." Kipper said, "Wow, what a cool place. Let's go." There were people in the trees. There were people carrying a canoe. What would the children do first? They all wanted to go on the treetop adventure. There are 2 words in the word treetop. Can you find them? Yes, tree and top. Top of the tree. They were going to have an adventure on top of the trees. This looks exciting, said Chip. Why did they wear those yellow robes? The yellow robes were called the harness. Chip put on the harness. Harness 就是系在身子上起保护作用的绳子。The harness had a clip at the front. Do you see the clip at the front? What was it for? Look at the boy on the rope. His clips were hooked to the rope. 他的 clip 扣在绳子上，如果他不小心踩空了，顶多会掉在绳子上，是不会掉下来的。Chip went across the log bridge. Come on, Biff, he called. You can't fall off. Chip was right. With the clips and the harness, they were safe. But the log bridge was swinging in the air. I think it was still a bit scary. What do you think? 嘿，小朋友，你有没有听过美国总统罗斯福有一句名言？他说呀 ，The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. 我们最大的恐惧就是恐惧本身。我们虽然知道自己不会从吊桥上掉下来，可还是忍不住害怕。这个害怕的感觉，就是我们需要用勇气和智慧战胜的。But Biff was very brave. Biff began to go across the bridge. Go across the bridge 就是过桥的意思。This is exciting, she said. Great job, Biff and Chip. Where was Kipper? Kipper went on the rope runway. Off you go, said Mom. Off you go. 这句话呀很有意思。如果你一个一个单词的翻译，是没有办法理解这句话的。你要把 off you go 这句话当成一个固定的搭配来记。这句话的意思就是，好了，你可以走了。妈妈确保 Kipper 一切准备就绪之后，对他说 Off you go. Kipper 就顺着绳子滑出去了。Here I come, called Kipper. Here I come 就是我来了。小朋友听过《西游记》的故事吗？孙悟空经常说的一句话就是对
妖怪别跑，老孙来也，对不对？如果孙悟空是英国猴子的话，他就会说 Here I come 哈哈 Alright, let's keep on reading. He went down fast. Whee! How could Kipper stop? Look at the yellow mattress tied to the tree. When Kipper got to the end, his feet could kick the mattress and stop his slide. I want to go next, said Biff. There were so many fun things to do at the adventure park. Where was Biff now? Biff and Dad went in a red canoe. Come on, called Biff. You won't fall in. Whom was Biff talking to? Where were Chip, Kipper, and Mom? What else did they do? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tom. Let's keep on reading The Adventure Park. Previously, the family went to an adventure park. The children all wanted to go on the treetop adventure. They put on harnesses. Chip and Biff went across the log bridge. Kipper went on the rope runway. Biff and Dad went in a red canoe. Come on, called Biff. You won't fall in. Who was she talking to? She was talking to Mom, Chip, and Kipper. Mom, Chip, and Kipper went in a green canoe. A lady held the canoe. Chip helped Mom get in. Did you notice there were people in red shirt and blue trousers all over the park? 穿红衣服蓝裤子的都是工作人员。They worked in the park, helping people to be safe and have fun. They went across the lake. Mom and Dad paddled at the back. Kipper sat in the middle. Biff and Chip paddled in the front. It was fun in the canoes. What else did people do in the lake? Some were sailing, some were swimming. What about the people by the lake? Some were reading, some were playing football. Chip saw a big bird in the sky. Look at that big bird, he said. What do you think it is? Do you see the big bird in the sky? It was too far away. Nobody knew what it was. Look at the man leading a group of boys. They marched down the lawn. Left, 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 right, left. What do you think they were? I think they were Boy Scouts. 童子军。我想啊，他们是来探险公园参加野外生存训练的。It was time for a barbecue. Barbecue in the park. Couldn't get any better than that. They all helped to bring the food. Dad lit the barbecue. You know, that's one thing I like about the family. Mom and Dad helped the children. The children helped Mom and Dad. They always helped each other. At your home, do you like to help your Mom and Dad, Grandma and Grandpa? I know you do.
I'm hungry,
said Kipper. It won't be long, said Dad. What was Dad going to cook? Chicken legs! Big, juicy chicken legs! Oh, Kipper couldn't wait. They all sat at the table. They all looked at Dad. Biff and Chip already had their fork and spoon in hand. There was other food on the table, but nobody started. They were waiting for Dad. Dad was busy. There was a lot to cook. This looks good, said Dad. Look at this chicken leg. What a good cook I am. Dad showed off his chicken leg. It looked good. It smelled good. It must taste good too. Oh, look, what's behind Dad? A big bird. That was the bird Chip saw earlier. A big bird swooped down. Swoop down 就是俯冲、猛扑下来的意思。It had straps on its legs. Straps 就是系皮带。It took the chicken leg from Dad's hand. Dad was shocked. What just happened? Oh dear, the chicken leg was gone. The big bird was fast. Why did the bird have straps on its legs? The straps were used to tie the bird to something, so it would not fly away. This bird was not a wild bird. 这不是一只野生的鸟。Whose bird was it? Where did it come from? What did it do with the chicken leg? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone. This is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading The Adventure Park. Previously, the family went to an adventure park. They played in the trees. They canoed across the lake. Everyone had fun. Everyone was hungry. It was time for a barbecue. Dad lit the barbecue and got busy. There was a lot to cook. Mom and the children sat at the table. Finally, the chicken legs were ready. Dad held up a chicken leg. A big bird swooped down and took the leg from Dad's hand. The bird has straps on its legs. Where was the bird? The bird flew back into a tree. It began to eat the chicken leg. The bird sat in the tree. Everyone looked up at it. Were they happy? No, they were not happy. Dad was mad. He waved his fist. Hey, you, big bird! You'd better come back right now and give me back the chicken leg and say sorry. Nice try, Dad, I don't think the bird would give you back the chicken leg. Why not?
It must be hungry, said Biff.
The bird began to eat the chicken leg. Do you think it liked Dad's cooking? I think it did. Look, Mom tried to give the bird some bread, but the bird didn't even look at it. Thank you, but no thank you. I like to eat meat. Dad got his mobile phone. A bird has escaped, he said. Whom was he calling? He was calling the people who worked in the park. How did he know that the bird escaped? Remember the straps on its legs? That's why Dad knew the bird wasn't wild. A woman came to catch the bird. She dressed in the red shirt and blue trousers. She worked in the park. Did the bird listen to her? Yes, it did. It flew down and landed on her arm. It dropped the chicken leg. The chicken leg fell. Another family saw it. How strange, they thought. A chicken leg falling from the sky. It looked like the chicken leg would fall into the man's open mouth. The woman caught the bird. The bird landed on her left hand. She wore a heavy glove. Why? Because the bird had really sharp nails and strong grip. The glove would protect her hand. She held the straps in her hands. The bird couldn't fly away. What kind of bird was it? This bird is called a falcon, said the woman. Falcon 就是猎鹰，一只训练过的猎鹰可以帮助猎人捕猎呢。It took Dad's chicken leg, said Biff. 猎鹰把鸡腿儿当成猎物了。The woman was holding a small hood in her right hand. She was going to put the hood on the falcon. The hood would protect the falcon and calm it down. The woman took the falcon home. She put the hood on the falcon's head. Everyone went with her. They wanted to learn more about the falcon. They looked at all the birds. What beautiful birds, said Chip. What did the birds eat? Chicken legs? Chicken legs! Suddenly, the family remembered their chicken legs. Oh no! They went back, but the chicken legs were burned. They were black. Smoke came off. Dad forgot to take them out of the barbecue. I'm still hungry, said Kipper. The children were sad. Dad held up a burnt chicken leg. Why did he do that? Now he wanted to give it to a bird. Was the bird interested? Not at all. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong.
Today, let's read a story called Kipper and the Trolls. What are the trolls? Trolls usually live in caves or mountains. They can be big or small. Some are ugly. Some look just like human. But they are usually not friendly to humans. Some can be dangerous. It looks like Biff and Kipper met an ugly troll. Is he dangerous? What is he holding? Whatever it is gross. Where are they? It's too dark to tell. Do you think this story will be funny or spooky? Let's read it together. Mom was going to make a cake. What did she need to make a cake? Let's see. Flowers, eggs, butter, sugar, and milk. She wanted Kipper to help. What did Kipper say? He pointed to the eggs. I want to mix in the eggs. Kipper wanted to help. First, Mom gave Kipper an apron. Apron 就是围裙. Why do you wear an apron in the kitchen? Yes, to keep your shirt clean. Then she looked at his hands. What dirty hands, said Mom. What should Kipper do? He should wash his hands. Mom looked at Kipper's nails. Kipper's nails were long. What should Kipper do? He should cut his nails. But Kipper was too young to cut his own nails. Let me cut them, said Mom. Kipper made a fuss. Make a fuss 就是大惊小怪、小题大做、反应过度的意思。He didn't want Mom to cut his nails. He didn't want to wash his hands. He threw away the apron. He didn't want to make the cake anymore. I must cut your nails, said Mom. No, 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 said Kipper, and he ran out of the room. Why did Kipper make a fuss? Maybe he didn't like cutting nails. Have you made a fuss before? Sometimes we make a fuss when we are tired or when we don't want to do something. Sometimes we make a fuss for no good reason. Kipper ran into Biff's room. He told Biff what Mom wanted him to do. Why do I have to wash my hands? Why do I have to cut my nails? I don't like washing hands, and I don't like cutting nails. These are my hands and my nails, not Mom's. What did Biff think about Kipper? She probably thought that he was silly and funny. Biff looked at Kipper's long, dirty nails. Yuck, said Biff. You look like a troll. Trolls were dirty and ugly. They lived in caves and mountains. They never washed their hands or cut their nails. Did Kipper never wash his hands or cut his nails? No, not never. So what did Kipper say? It's not fair, said Kipper. But then the key began to glow. It was time for a magic adventure. What do you think the magic would take them? I think the magic would take them to the trolls. The magic took them to a stream. There was a bridge over the stream. What did Biff point to? Were there trolls over there? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading Kipper and the Trolls. Previously, Mom wanted Kipper to help her make a cake. Kipper's hands were dirty. His nails were long. But Kipper didn't want to wash his hands. He didn't want Mom to cut his nails. He made a fuss and ran out of the room. Biff looked at Kipper's nails. Yuck, she said. You look like a troll. Then the magic key began to glow. The magic took them to a stream. There was a bridge over the stream. Biff wanted to cross the bridge. Cross the bridge 就是过桥的意思。Did she want to go to the castle in the distance? No, she didn't want to go to the castle. Maybe there were nasty witches in the castle. Remember? What did she want to do? We can pick the flowers over there, she said. Come on. Ah, Biff saw the wild flowers in the field. She ran onto the bridge. Kipper ran after Biff. But there were trolls under the bridge. I knew it. I knew there would be trolls. I thought they lived in the mountains, but they lived under the bridge. How did the trolls look like? They looked like humans, but with big ears and big noses and bad teeth. They looked green and dirty. Their clothes were green and scruffy. Suddenly the trolls jumped out. What did they want? Oh no, said Kipper. Trolls can be nasty. What would the trolls do next? Hip hip hooray, sang the trolls. Hip hip hooray 是欢呼喝彩的时候经常喊的口号，就像我们说的万岁万岁，太棒了。This is the troll bridge. Do come across. Come across 是来过桥的意思，前面加个 do 表示强调，显得呀特别有热情。比如客人来了，你可以说 Come in， 请进。如果你想表现的
更热情、更有礼貌一些呢，就可以在前面加个 do。Do come in， 快快进来，快快请进。The trolls were smiling. They extended their hands. 这些 trolls 为什么这么热情地请 Biff 和 Chip 过桥呢？ Was this some kind of trick? What did the trolls really want? Kipper wasn't sure if the trolls were really friendly. Will you eat us up? Said Kipper. No, no, we will not, sang the trolls. More and more trolls got on the bridge. What did they want? Could Kipper and Biff trust them? We are not nasty, said the troll. We just look nasty. Where were Biff and Kipper going? They didn't go across the bridge. Why were they following the trolls? Did the trolls know magic? Did they put a spell on Biff and Kipper? Were they in danger? Oh no, they were going under the bridge. There were more trolls under the bridge. What did they say to the children? Nobody likes us, said the troll. We want to have a party, but nobody wants to come. The trolls wanted Kipper and Biff to go to their party. But should Kipper and Biff trust them? No. I don't think they should. There was a reason nobody wanted to go to their party. Stop, Kipper. It must be a trick. Don't go under the bridge. It must be dangerous. The trolls went under the bridge. Biff and Kipper went with them. There was a kitchen under the bridge. Look at the pots and pans on the wall. Were the trolls going to cook the children for supper? No, they had food. They got the party food and set out the party. What kind of food did they have? I saw worms and bugs. Yuck! Would Biff and Kipper really eat the party food? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Kipper and the Trolls. Previously, the magic took Biff and Kipper to a stream. Biff wanted to cross the bridge and pick some flowers in the field. But suddenly, the trolls jumped out from under the bridge. They said, "This was the troll bridge." Kipper thought the trolls wanted to eat them up. But the trolls said they were not nasty. They just looked nasty. They wanted Biff and Kipper to come to their party. They went under the bridge. The trolls got the party food and set out the party. Tuck in, said a troll. Tuck in 就是尽情地吃吧。The trolls
did have a big party. Kipper wasn't looking at the food. He was looking at the troll's nails. The trolls had long, dirty nails. Yuck, said Kipper. Look at her long, dirty nails. So, Kipper didn't like long, dirty nails after all. A lady troll gave Biff a cup. The cup was golden and pretty. But some things were flying in the cup. Were they fruit flies? Look at the troll food, said Biff. The trolls looked excited. They were happy that Biff and Kipper came to their party. Trolls loved their food, and they were good hosts. Have a slug bun, said the troll, or some slime jelly. Slug 就是鼻涕虫 ，bun 是夹汉堡包的小圆面包 ，slime 就是粘液 ，jelly 是果冻。鼻涕虫汉堡、粘液果冻，这些都是你在世界上任何一个餐馆都找不到的食物。找到了，你也肯定不敢吃。But the trolls loved their food, and they were good hosts. Have a mud mint, said another troll. Mud mints are yummy. Mint 是薄荷糖的意思。用泥巴做的薄荷糖，没吃过。Well, mud mints looked like chocolate. Maybe they tasted like chocolate too. Did Biff and Kipper want to try it? Yuck, said Biff. I don't know if Biff thought the mud mints were yucky or the long, dirty nails. Kipper put his hand over his mouth. No way. But the trolls really loved their food, and they were good hosts. Have some bug pie, said the troll. Bug 是小虫子，小虫子做的馅饼。Would it be sweet or salty? Kipper didn't know, and he didn't want to know. Yuck, said Kipper. Look at his hands. Kipper looked like he just ate a bug. The trolls were having a great party. They ate and drank. They played music and sang. Suddenly, the key began to glow. The adventure was over. At last, said Kipper. At last 就是终于的意思。Why did Kipper say at last? Were they scared of the trolls? No, the trolls were friendly. The trolls were good. But they looked nasty, and their food was nasty. their fingernails were nasty. Biff and Kipper had enough. The magic took them home. Biff and Kipper went to the bathroom. Kipper washed his hands. Then he went to get his nails cut. He didn't make a fuss this time. Later, Kipper helped Mom make a cake. "I'm not a troll," said Kipper. "Trolls have dirty hands and long nails. Yuck!" What did Kipper put in the cake? I'm sure they were not bugs, slugs, or mud. Biff was looking at the little cup the troll lady gave her. What was she thinking? Maybe she wanted to go back to the troll's party. Would you like to go to a troll's party? All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called Safari Adventure. Where do you think Wilf and Chip are? They are in Africa. They are on a safari. There are lots of wonderful wild animals in Africa. The ones Wilf and Chip saw are antelopes. Safari 指的是到非洲去观赏野生动物或者打猎。Do Wilf and Chip want to see the animals or kill them? Let's read the story together. Where were Chip and Wilf? They were not in Africa. They were in England. They were home. But why did they dress in camouflage clothes? 他们为什么穿着迷彩服呀？ Chip and Wilf were tracking Dad. Tracking 就是跟踪。Why were they tracking Dad? This is a good game, said Wilf. Nothing's wrong with Dad. Chip and Wilf were just playing the tracking game. Where was Dad? He was around the street corner. Dad was walking Floppy. 爸爸呀，在遛狗呢。Dad went to the park with Floppy. He threw a ball. Catch, Floppy! They were having a good time. What were Wilf and Chip doing? They were hiding behind trees. Chip put some branches in his hat. He handed some branches to Wilf. Put this in your hat, said Chip. Dad won't see us. Then we can track him. Then 也是一个连词，是然后的意思。把树枝插在帽子上当伪装，爸爸呀就看不见我们了。然后呢，我们就能跟踪他了。What's the color of their hat? Yes, light brown. But the trees were green. It's a good idea to put branches in their hats. Chip and Wilf hid in the trees. Did they do a good job hiding? Well, good enough. Keep down, said Chip. Here comes Dad. Here comes Dad,
又是一个倒装句。通常啊，我们会说 Dad comes here， 但是在这儿呢，句子完全颠倒过来了，变成 Here comes Dad。 为什么要这样做呢？这样做呀，是为了强调 Dad 是爸爸走过来了。如果强调是妈妈走过来了，应该怎么说呢？对了， Here comes Mom。 这就是倒装句的功能。Dad went past. He looked for the boys, but he couldn't see them. The boys did a good job hiding. Where was Floppy? Here comes Floppy. Floppy caught the ball and ran up to Dad. Uh-oh. Floppy found the boys. How? Floppy smelled them. Floppy went sniff, sniff, sniff. Go away, Floppy, said Chip. But Floppy wouldn't go. He was excited to see the boys. Come play with me. All right, Floppy. You found us. Mission aboard. 任务终止. Let's go home. Chip and Wilf went home. They looked for Biff, but she was not there. They wanted Biff to play the tracking game with them. The key began to glow. It took Chip and Wilf into a magic adventure. Guess where the magic would take them? Yes, the magic took them to Africa. Wow! Africa looked so different. The grassland was wide open. Small trees here and there. There was a pool of water. Some zebra were going to drink at a pool. Zebra 就是斑马。Did you see the zebra to the left? 有的小朋友可能注意到了，这么多斑马，为什么不用复数 zebras？ 我们老师说了，复数名词是要加 s 的。比如一个男孩是 boy， 两个男孩就应该是 boys。这里是不是漏印了一个 s 呢？小朋友说得很对。一般名词如果是复数的话，我们一定要记得加 s。但是啊 ，zebra 这个词很特别，它既是单数，也可以是复数。在这里 ，some zebra 就是复数。What happened next in the story? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading Safari Adventure. Previously, Chip and Wilf were tracking Dad. They liked the game. Dad went to the park with Floppy. Wilf and Chip hid in the trees. They put branches in their hats so Dad wouldn't see them. Dad went past. He couldn't see them. But Floppy went
Sniff, sniff, sniff.
Floppy found them with his nose. Chip and Wolf went home, and then the key began to glow. It took them to Africa. Some zebra were going to drink at a pool. Chip and Wolf looked around. What did they see? They saw an African savanna, 非洲大草原. The grassland was light brown, with green bushes and trees here and there. What else did they see?
A herd of zebra,
said Wolf. A herd of 就是一群的意思。Zebra like to live in herds. 斑马呀是群居的动物，一大群住在一起，多热闹啊！ Don't let them see us. Their clothes were a perfect camouflage. 他们身上的迷彩服在这儿正合适。Nobody could see them. What's behind the herd of zebra? Chip saw a lorry by a tree. Some men got out. What did they have in their hands? They had ropes, nets, and a trap stick. What were they trying to do? They began to creep up to the zebra. Creep up 就是悄悄靠近的意思。What do they want? said Wolf. Wolf and Chip crept up to the man. They saw what the men were holding. Oh no, said Wolf. They are going to catch a zebra. Why do people want to catch zebra? They catch zebra to sell them for money. Some people sell zebra to zoos. Some kill zebra for their skin or meat. Poor zebra. We must stop them, said Chip. But how? These men were dangerous. He had an idea. Come on, he said. Where were they going? The boys ran to the lorry. Chip pressed the horn. Pressed 就是按或者压的意思。Horn 就是喇叭。Beep! It went. Why did Chip do that? That's right. He wanted to use the horn to scare the zebra away. Oh no! The man heard the horn and turned around. Did they see the boys? Beep! Went the horn again. The zebra looked up. The zebra were probably thinking, "What's that sound? I don't know, but it doesn't sound right. It sounds like danger to me. Let's run!" The horn scared the zebra. They ran away. Zebra ran fast. In no time, they were gone. How did the man feel? They must be angry. Who did that? Who pressed the horn and scared
scare the zebra away? Who? Did the man find Chip and Wolf? Did they catch the boys? What happened next?
Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Safari Adventure. Previously, the magic took Wolf and Chip to Africa. They looked around and saw an African savanna. All kinds of animals came to drink at a pool. A herd of zebra came too. Chip and Wolf hid behind bushes. They saw a lorry by a tree. Some men got out. They began to creep up to the zebra. They wanted to catch a zebra. Chip and Wolf needed to stop them. They ran to the lorry. Chip pressed the horn. The horn scared the zebra. They ran away. Were the men angry? Ha! The man was scared too. Why were they scared? Because they knew they were doing a bad thing. If someone saw them, they would be in trouble. They could be locked up in jail. 偷捕野生动物可是要进监狱的。They ran back to the lorry. Quick, let's go, one called. Here came the man. Quick, Wolf, said Chip. Run! They ran away. Where could they hide? Chip and Wolf hid in a bush. Can you see them? Shh, quiet. Don't let the man hear you. They didn't want the man to see them. Did the man see them? No, they didn't. Good job hiding. The man couldn't start the lorry. Uh-oh, something's wrong with the lorry. Why were the men running away? Whom were they running away from? Oh, look. Suddenly, a jeep drove up. There were rangers in the jeep. Who were rangers? Rangers protect wild animals. They came to catch the man. How did they know the men were here? Ah, they must have heard the horn Chip pressed. The horn scared the zebra. The horn also told the rangers where to go. The man jumped out of the lorry and ran away. They looked scared. The rangers chased after them. Chased after 就是追踪某人的意思。The rangers were upset. They wanted to catch the hunters. Did the rangers catch the man? Yes, they did. A ranger shook Chip's hand. Shook hand 就是握手的意思。Thank you, he said. You saved a zebra. Look, the rangers caught the man. Now the zebra could drink
at the pool and live happily ever. Oh no! Look, a lion was chasing after a zebra. Poor zebra. Was the lion bad? Was the lion as bad as those hunters? Of course not. Lions hunt zebra only when they are hungry. But hunters hunt zebra to get money. They won't stop until there's no zebra left. So we have to stop them. The magic key began to glow. It was time to go. It had been an exciting adventure. Chip and Wolf were proud of what they did. And it's much more fun than tracking Dad. They went back to Biff's room. Why wouldn't the lorry start? Asked Wolf. Ha! I took the key, said Chip. Now Chip had two keys. The bigger key in his left hand was the magic key. The tiny key he held up in his right hand was... That's right, the key to the lorry. What a smart move, Chip. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called Dad's Run. Dad is running. Who are running with him? The children and Floppy. Does he run fast? I think so. Look, he is sweating. Biff and Chip are trying to catch up with him. They are sweating too. What do you think might happen in Dad's run? Let's read a story together. Dad went running. Floppy went with him. Where did they go running? They went running in the park. This was Floppy's favorite thing to do. Running in the park. Dad went running every day. Good for Dad. Why did he go running every day? I want to get fit, he said. Get fit 就是保持健康。Did Dad do a good job? I think he did. He looked energetic. 爸爸看起来精力充沛的样子。Even Floppy couldn't catch up with him. Dad, wait for me. Biff and Chip went with Dad. They went on bikes. Keep going, Dad, said Biff. The whole family loved to run, to bike, and to get fit. What a good job. Dad saw a poster. The poster said in big letters, 5-mile fun run. 5英里趣味跑。人们通常举办这样的趣味跑，为慈善机构捐钱。那么这个趣味跑给谁捐钱呢？ Look at the smaller letters in red. Proceeds to children in need. 给需要帮助的孩子捐钱。Dad had an idea. He wanted to do the fun run. He liked to run. He liked to help the children in need. Win-win! Mom thought the same. What a good idea, said Mom. But it's a long way to run. Mom was a bit worried about Dad. 5 miles. 这相当于8000多米呢。Could Dad do it? What did Biff think? Dad is a good runner. He can do it. We'll help him. How could the children help Dad? Biff and Chip told everyone. Biff went to Wilf and Wilma's house. Dad is going to do a fun run, said Biff. Chip went to another neighbor's house. It's to help children in need, said Chip. Will you sponsor Dad? What did Biff and Chip ask for? They asked friends, neighbors, and even strangers to sponsor Dad. Sponsor 就是赞助的意思。If they wanted to sponsor Dad, they would write down their names and how much money they wanted to give to the children in need. Sometimes people would say yes. Sometimes they would say no. It's not easy to knock on people's doors and ask them for money. Biff and Chip were very kind and very brave. 小朋友，你参加过这样的慈善捐款吗？你敢在爸爸妈妈的陪同下，一家一家的敲门，请大家为你的慈善机构捐款吗？我相信你也会像他们一样，又善良又勇敢的。It was the day of the fun run. The weather was good. It was a perfect day for running. They all went to the park. There were many runners. Some looked nervous. Here we go. 5 miles. Some looked fierce. I'm going to win. Dad was at the front. He had his running shoes on. He wore his favorite shirt and running trousers. He was feeling great. But Chip was a bit worried. It's a long way to run, said Chip. Could Dad do it? What happened next? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading Dad's Run. Previously, Dad went running with Floppy. He went running every day. Biff and Chip went with him on their bikes. They cheered him on. Dad, keep going! Dad saw a poster for the 5-mile fun run. He wanted to do the fun run. Mom thought it was a good idea, but she's a bit worried that 5 miles was a long way. Biff and Chip helped Dad. They asked people to sponsor Dad.
On the day of the fun run, they all went to the park. Dad had a long way to run. He was about to start. Go! Called the man, and the fun run began. Go on, Dad! Called Kipper. He jumped up and down. Biff and Chip waved their hands. Mom pumped her fists. Wilf and Wilma's family were there too. Wilf's dad took a photograph. Many people came to cheer for the runners. The fun run went around the park. How many times round the park? 10 times round the park, said Dad. It's a long way to run. It surely was. What did Biff and Wilma's mom do? They gave out water to the runners. The runners drank the water. They poured it on their faces to cool down. It's hard work running 5 miles. Dad ran well. He ran round the park 4 times. That's 2 miles already. There was still a long way to go. Keep it up, Dad. Biff gave Dad a cup of water. Dad didn't have time to say thank you. Uh-oh. Dad looked strange. What's wrong? Oh no! Dad's foot went into a hole. It might be a rabbit hole. Those holes were hard to see. Dad fell down. Ouch! Said Dad. My foot! Ouch! 就是疼痛的时候发出的声音，就像我们常说的哎呦。Dad's foot looked very painful. Mom and the children saw Dad's fall. They ran up to Dad. They were worried. Dad, are you okay? Are you hurt? A man looked at Dad's foot. Oh, it's not good. The man wrapped bandages around Dad's foot. You must rest it, he said. You can't run on it. What? That's bad news. Dad couldn't finish the fun run. He was in pain. He didn't know which one felt worse. What bad luck, said Mum. Poor old Dad. Everyone was sad. Dad hopped on one foot. Mom and Wilf's dad helped him. Dad was upset. Why was he upset? Oh no, he said. Now I can't help children in need. If he couldn't finish the fun run, he couldn't get the money from his sponsors. Good old Dad. He was in pain, but he's still thinking about the children in need. Wilf had an idea. What was he thinking? He was thinking of a pram. A pram to push a baby in. We can push you in the old pram, he said. What? Pushing Dad in the old pram? What a funny idea! Would Dad do it? What happened next? Let's find out
in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's finish reading Dad's Run. Previously, Dad wanted to do the 5-mile fun run. He wanted to do it to help the children in need. Biff and Chip helped him get sponsors. The fun run began. It's a long way to run. Dad ran well, but suddenly his foot went into a hole. He fell down. A man looked at Dad's foot. He told Dad to rest it and not to run on it. Dad couldn't finish the fun run. He was upset. He couldn't finish the fun run and help children in need. Wilf had an idea. They could push Dad in the old pram. But where was the old pram? Wilf and his mom ran home. They got the old pram and ran back with it. They didn't walk, they ran. The pram was for babies. Dad was too big to sleep in it. Wilf and his mom ran all the way. Come on, Mom, hurry up. Dad was puzzled by the pram. What is the pram for? It's for you. Come on, Dad, said Chip. Get in the pram. Mom held the pram still. We will all push you, said Mom. Would Dad do it? Would Dad sit in the pram? Dad sat in the pram. He looked like a giant baby. But Dad didn't care. They pushed him round the park. Dad was back on the run, and his family and friends were running with him. He was happy. Hooray! Everyone called. It's not far now. The last round of the run. But it's a long way to push a pram, said Mom. Mom didn't have running shoes on. Dad must be heavier than Mom. But Mom ran fast. Mom was strong too. He pushed Dad in the pram. Keep going, said Dad. You can do it, Mom, said Biff. It was the end of the run. Uh-oh, what went wrong? The wheels came off the pram. Came off 就是松开脱落的意思。A dog took one. Dad fell out. Oh no, not again. Was Dad okay? Dad was okay. But the wheel was not. If the wheel could talk, what do you think it'd say? It'd say, ouch! What a way to end the run, said Dad. But thank you for pushing me. It was certainly not a boring way. Everyone laughed.
Everyone took a photograph at the finishing line. Everyone and the old pram. That was a fun run, said Kipper. But it's a long way to push a dad. Who do you think was the most tired? Dad, Mom, or the children? I think it was Mom. Dad only ran round the park 4 times. Mom and the children ran 6 times. Mom also had to push the old pram with Dad in it. And look at Mom's shoes. She didn't even wear running shoes. Mom was very fit. All right, that's the whole story. Hope you like it. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Today, let's read a story called Drawing Adventure.
Why is the sky so red? Why are Biff and Wilma running? They are running away from something. Who are the girls behind them? They look a bit strange. What's strange about the girls? They look like drawings. What's Wilma holding in her hand? A box of color markers. Why? Let's read a story together. Wilma had a lot of drawings. They were all pictures of girls. How did the girls look like? They were teenage girls. Some had black hair, some had brown hair, and some had blonde hair. They dressed in fancy clothes. Some wore long dresses. Some wore colorful shirts and trousers. Some wore high heels with ribbons. Why did Wilma draw these pictures? I like drawing clothes, Wilma said. Wilma was like a little fashion designer.
Wilma 就像一个小小时装设计师。And the girls in the pictures
were her models.
纸上的这些女孩啊，就是她的模特。
Biff looked at Wilma's pictures. They are good, she said. Wilma showed Biff how she used the color markers to draw these pictures. Biff was amazed. Wilma had so many different ideas for clothes. Chip was in the room too. What was he doing? Chip was painting a picture. Did he use color markers? No, he used watercolors and brushes. Was he painting girls in dresses? Of course not. He was painting a volcano. Volcano 就是火山。Why was the volcano red? It's a live volcano. 这是一个活火山，正咕噜咕噜咕噜往外冒岩浆呢。Wilma moved her leg. Oh no! She kicked Chip's water over. Kicked over 就是踢翻了。Whoops, said Wilma. Sorry. Did Wilma do it on purpose? Of course not. It was an accident. 是个小意外，Wilma 不是故意的。 The water ran over Chip's picture.
Ran over 就是流得满纸都是。
Chip was cross. My picture is a mess now, he said.
His picture was a mess. It was dripping red paint. Wilma put her hand over her mouth. She felt sorry. She didn't mean to. Did Chip accept her apology? Chip 接受她的道歉吗？
No. Chip was very cross. Chip flicked paint over Wilma's picture.
Flicked 在这儿是甩的意思，他把颜料甩在 Wilma 的画上。
Your drawings are silly, he said.
Wilma was sorry, but now she was upset. Oh no, my picture!
Biff was upset too. Biff told Chip to say sorry.
Did Chip say sorry?
Chip was too cross to say sorry.
你还记得 too 这个词组吗？ Chip 太生气了，对不起，说不出口。不但不想说对不起 ，Chip 越想越气，他的愤怒像咕噜咕噜的岩浆一样往外冒。
He flicked paint at Wilma.
Then the key began to glow.
I think the key wanted to help.
Where were they?
The magic took them to a volcano. It looked like Chip's painting. The magic took them into Chip's painting.
That's so cool.
But where was Chip? What happened next?
Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Miss Tong. Let's keep on reading Drawing Adventure. Previously, Wilma showed Biff her drawings. She liked drawing clothes. Biff liked Wilma's drawings. Chip was painting a picture of volcano. Wilma moved her leg and kicked over Chip's water. The water ran over Chip's picture. Wilma said sorry, but Chip was cross. He flicked paint over Wilma's picture. He said Wilma's drawings were silly. Biff told Chip to say sorry, but Chip was too cross to say sorry. He even flicked paint at Wilma. Then the magic took them to a volcano. It looked like Chip's painting. Besides the volcano, what else did they see? Look at those girls, gasped Wilma. They look like the ones in my drawings. Look at their clothes. Wow! Wilma's girls came to life. Do you like their clothes? They looked very fashionable in those clothes. The girls called to Wilma. Do you like my top? Said a girl. Do you like my boots? The girls didn't know that Wilma drew the top, the boots, The dressed Wilma drew all of them. Suddenly, the volcano began to spit out blobs of red paint. Spit 就是吐口水的吐，但是火山吐的可不是口水，是什么呢？ Blobs of red paint， 一滴滴的红颜料。Splat! A big blob landed by Biff. Did the big blob land on Biff? No, it landed by Biff. What's happening? Where did the blobs of red paint come from? Biff turned around and saw the volcano. Lots and lots of red paint were coming out of it. Come on! Run! Yelled Biff. Run! Or the volcano will get us! But the girl didn't move. I can't run in these boots, said the girl. She was right. Nobody could run in these boots. They had pretty pink ribbons, but the hills were too high. I could barely stand in them. The volcano kept spitting out blobs of red paint. Run! Yelled Wilma. We can't, said a girl. I can't run in this dress. She was right. Nobody could run in this dress. The dress was too long and too tight. The girl couldn't move her arms. She couldn't even see her own feet. Splat! The volcano went wild. Red blobs landed everywhere. It's red paint, said Biff. It must be the red paint from Chip's painting. Did Chip make this mess? Where was he? Splat! A red blob hit a girl. It landed on her dress. Red paint began to gush out of the volcano. Gush 就是喷。刚才火山只是 spit out， 吐出了红颜料。现在呢，已经升级到 gush out， 喷出红颜料了。It looked like a big red river. The volcano looked angry. The girls shouted, Help! Help! The volcano will get us! But we can't run! We can't run in these clothes! Wilma had an idea. She began to draw jeans and tops. What kind of jeans and tops? The kind Biff and Wilma wore. The kind you can run in. Nothing fancy. When Wilma finished drawing the clothes, they became real. It was magic. Biff helped her. She gave a top to a girl. Here, put it on. Do you think the girl liked the top? It's nothing fancy. Would the girls put on the new clothes? Did they run away from the volcano? Did they find Chip? Let's find out in the next episode. See you next time!